Hello, Thomas, is it okay? Are you online? Okay, okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. 2-3 dakikaya ihtiyacım var. Siz başlayın diye ben hemen geliyorum.
Tamam.
Eyüp Bey başlayabiliriz dilerseniz.
Tamam, biraz bekleyelim mi başkanım? 1-2 dakika.
Size kalmış şeysizsiniz.
Estağfurullah. Sağ olun. Peki Thomas 2 dakikaya geliyormuş. Şimdi öyle söyledi. Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to welcome all of you to PPP Week. This is our 5th annual event, and this year we are holding the event virtually for the first time. Once again, I am very happy to organize PPP Week during these uncertain times. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the President of DEIC and the Turkish Minister of Trade, and also all lecturers and speakers of the PPP Week of their valuable support. Today, we have more than 700 registered participants from more than 60 countries, representatives from OECD, UN, UNESCAP, IMF, World Bank, GIF, EBRD, ISDB, IIIB, WAP, African Development Bank, Asian Development Bank, and many others international organizations. We are going through a very unique crisis, uncertain times, and for more than 8 months, all of us in infrastructure community have been discussing the future of infrastructure, business, and the PPP project. On one hand, it's easy to see the lack of national budgets of almost all countries. And on the other hand, the increase in the people's demand to reach more effective, more proper, more sustainable public services, such as better healthcare and better infrastructure facilities. After a while, by adapting the pandemic, we realized the importance of infrastructure of the economic growth and for the most suitable recovery plans of our countries. Today, in this regard, by increasing the needs of infrastructure, the roles being played by the private sector are becoming even more prominent and important. The government needs private sector efficiency and private finance capabilities more than ever. And the private parties need resilient, sustainable, and affordable PPP projects and agreement more than ever. COVID-19 showed of all of us the importance of partnership, better risk allocation, more affordable PPP projects, and quality negotiations for the future of humankind. The negative effects of coronavirus during this time, we have a long list, especially the case with PPPs that rely on the revenues generated by the user fee. Just think of the impact, negative impact of the seaports, loss of shipping and service fee, like airports, loss of gate fees, toll roads, no users, and the hospitals, new patients, which are not sure how they will pay their medical bills. Those developments had a dramatic impact on the insurance industry in the infrastructure business. We are really worried about MDB's, MIGA, and other international organizations' appetite for the future of PPP projects in the short term. And This leads to most important question to all of us. Will new projects, PPP projects, even be bankable in the near future? During the whole week, with our strong experienced speakers, experts, academicians, and public officials, together we will search a reasonable answer to our question. To sum up, I would like to add a couple of words for the upcoming discussion during the PPP week. It's critically important that the governments proactively engage with the private sector to mitigate impacts of PPP projects as soon as they become apparent. Failure of PPP projects should not be an option for us. We will need to move away from a contractually negative environment. The unique collaborative recovery plan needs to be prepared to include both the interest of public and the private sector. In order to discuss this sensitive gap between the stakeholders, this year we decided to choose our main theme as Reshape PPP Together. However, all these negative impacts, the coronavirus will most certainly offer new opportunities for the innovators of the PPP market. It's a real fact that we should rethink the structuring of the new PPP projects as well. How can we reach the best infrastructure for our countries and for our societies? As finally, I am very excited to listen to the speakers and learn from them, as well as from the representatives of countries, lecturers, academicians, and the experts from this week. I deeply believe that, actually we deeply believe that, we will face new challenges, but we will find new solutions together. We will create new crisis management recovery strategies, and we will learn from each other. And finally, we know we will go forward together. Good luck and enjoy PPP week. And now I am giving the floor to David for his insights. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ayup. Günaydın, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. And I am happy to be part of the 5th annual PPP conference. It's a pleasure to participate for the 5th time. And this event is an important forum, I believe, for PPP practitioners from all over the world, where we have the opportunity to share our best practices and insights. On a more serious note, I'd also like to extend my condolences to the people of Turkey for the deaths and material damages caused by the Izmir earthquake. I would also, on a brighter note, like to extend my congratulations to the organizers who in these difficult times have shown the initiative to organize this virtual conference. The value of the virtual format is that it will allow many more participants to be involved in this conference than in the past. A special thanks also needs to be extended to the President of DIKE and the Turkish Ministry of Trade and to all the presenters of PPP Week for their valuable support. I'd like to thank all the attendees for participating as well. Without your participation, we would not be having this conference. Although we are going through a difficult time with the global pandemic, now is the time that we should start looking forwards. Forward planning that includes elements of future-proofing, sustainability, and resilience will be our path forward. As a person once said, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. Implementing PPPs is not easy under normal circumstances. I believe that we have the innovative ideas that will help us to bridge the challenges posed by the pandemic and also allow us to deliver even better PPPs in the future, such as People First PPPs, a new paradigm that is evolving, which focuses on not just value for money, but also introduces the idea of value for people and value for the future. This type of approach is critically important because one thing that the pandemic has revealed has been the idea that we really need to focus on risk management of projects and the implications of force majeure clauses in contracts. And we will hear a lot about this during this coming week. Challenges will require revisiting of budget funding gaps, national priorities, and project pipelines. I don't want to say we're starting from the beginning, but this is a fresh start or a new start that holds great potential. However, the public and private sectors need each other even more than in the past. PPP partnership practices have the potential to strengthen these ties, and we have a chance to improve our enabling environment so that investors can be attracted to investing in PPPs. This is an imperative. Remember, investors are not sentimental. If we do not address their needs, PPP proponents will have a hard time attracting investors. The better your country does this, the greater chance you will have to use PPPs as a tool or a mechanism to recover and achieve your sustainable development goals. The private sector has the innovative and financial resources. The public sector has the contextual resources. Why not bring them together? Earlier this year, when the pandemic was new, I conducted a survey with PPP practitioners from 7 countries, and I asked them some questions. I asked them what the biggest challenges were, what sectors they saw would be the most vulnerable, which sectors were the most promising, what did they need most from development agencies and organizations to implement successful PPPs, and what opportunities did they see. These are insights I will share later this week in a presentation that I'll be participating in. But one thing that I was very impressed about is that all over the world, practitioners indicated that the pandemic has not killed PPPs, it has actually strengthened the need for them. Although one would expect that many respondents would be jaded by the current impacts on the coronavirus, it was interesting to note the pragmatic enthusiasm for PPPs. Respondents made it clear in their responses that the way of doing PPPs has changed and that PPP programs are facing a paradigm shift. Practitioners pointed out the time for focus on more relevant projects, those that are more defensible, sustainable, and resilient, and which include improved collaboration and cooperation between the public sectors in redefining partnerships. Needs and opportunities vary across sectors and countries, and this must be acknowledged. However, PPP best practices must be adhered to as well as the need to insist on competitive and transparent procurements. It's only in this way that we can ensure that PPPs will offer value for money, value for people, and value for the future. The pandemic has taught us that PPPs need to be future-proofed as well as sustainable and resilient. This is the only way we can ensure that we can launch durable and enduring PPPs. Many of the speakers in this coming week will address the issues I have raised. I look forward to hearing from you and sharing ideas. Every idea counts, every innovation counts. Thank you, and let's hope we can all meet in person next year. Thank you very much.
David, thank you very much. I know it's 3 o'clock in Washington, so thank you for your support and for being with us. Murat Bey, the floor
thank
is
you
yours.
very much. Once again, I would like to start by expressing my pleasure to address you at the 5th Istanbul PPP Week Summit organized by the PPP Committee, supported by our ministry, this time on video conference due to the pandemic. It is very happy for us, for all of us, that seeing this as a new topic, but not new topic, PPPs, but now it became traditional, this PPP week, always held on Novembers of each year, and now it is 5th, and the increasing number of the participant countries is really very promising for all of us, and it is very good for us to see that this platform now is a global platform for all countries who wants to deal with PPP model and who wants to share their opinions, share their experiences, and work together on this topic. So as the Minister of Trade, we are very happy to see and observe this from the beginning of the first PPP, from the first PPP week, and now it is the 5th, and I think and I hope it will continue for the years come by. Now, as Turkey, you all know, we are very active. We are very using actively this PPP model, and especially very big projects in Turkey, and that creates a really very good experience in both sides of the let's say the private side and the public side. Now Turkish ministries knows how to deal with the contracts, how to deal with the companies, and also our companies, our engineering consultants, our contractors, they really know how to do in PPP model in Turkey, and this creates valuable experience for them to share this in other countries And now we are glad to see that lots of Turkish companies are very active in PPP model abroad. And this is also very good for us and for not only for Turkey, but also for all the countries that we are trying to, let's say, cooperate with. So this is very good. And this is not my place to say, but let's say the most important factors that should be in a country for public-private partnership is the existence of a private sector with a strong and international experience, and having some public authorities with the accumulation and transparency to make effective stakeholder engagement with private sector. You all know that, and all the countries that here now also having the same experiences now. And we can say that as Turkey, we are in a very good position in this alternative model of, let's say, the PPP model. I don't want to give numbers, there are a lot of experts here who can say that, but I can, as the Minister of Trade part, in the PPP model, contractors and the contracting services are very important. And as Turkey, our overseas construction services is really promising for Turkey. And from now on, we undertook $410 billion worth of contracting projects since 1970s till now, and it's more than 10,000 projects abroad in 127 different countries. And this we became very early as Turkey. And this creates experience of all in our system in Turkey. And that being the case, it is so good for us, for Turkish companies and for Turkish, let's say, engineering consultants also. They have a very valuable experience to work abroad and work with people from other countries. And this also makes them have an experience because they have lots of PPP projects in Turkey, and they can also bring together these two experiences, one PPP experience that they have, and also one the abroad, working abroad experience with them. And this makes our companies very competitive and very cooperative, let's say, with all over the world, with all the partners that who wants to work with Turkish companies. So let's keep it short as the welcoming speech. Welcome to all to Turkey, let's say, even if this is a video conference. And I hope the 4 days of this very valuable speakers we have and very valuable topics we have, I think this will be very beneficial for all and everybody who is attending here. As far as I know, it is now 60 countries, representatives from 60 countries. This is very good, and this is a record for us for this year, and I hope this will continue every year. Thank you very much once again, and have a nice conference after all. Thank you.
Thank you, Murat Bey, for your valuable insights and for your sustainable support to PPP Week. Thank you very much. And now the floor is Başkanım, sizdeyiz.
Thank you so much, Eyüp Bey. And also special thanks to Murat Tesimoğlu, David Baxter, Thomas Barrett, and as well as all the participants. Yes, first of all, I wish healthy days for all of us. I think we all realize the importance of being healthy more than ever since we have been affected by COVID-19, first of all, and lately for Turkey, we have been hit by the earthquake. We had it on Friday. My condolences and also wishes for soon recovery for all affected ones. Yes, as it has been all said, I am glad to meet with all of you 1 year later, even if it's virtual. This is a solution, of course, and it's my honor for behalf of DEIC to welcome to our panelists and as well as all the participants. And special thanks for the support for Trade Ministry, IDB, World Bank, and our PPP Committee and Istanbul PPP Center of Excellence, as well as all the organizations for their supports. Yes, we are going to bring virtually, since we have been doing it during the last, let's say, more or less 8 months. We will bring them for technical consultancy, law and project consultancies, and for all the others for 5 days. Let me try to say a few words before we start the panel discussion. We all know that the famous philosopher Lao Tzu says, life is a series of natural and spontaneous changes. Do not resist them. That only creates sorrow. Let reality be reality. Let things flow naturally forward in whatever way they like. This is a different sound. Yes, everything is changing. We only seems need adaptation instead of resistance. And COVID-19 also bring our lives a lot of changes. If I want to give some examples, you all know, of course. We were all speaking about globalization for years, where we started to speak more about good localization. And it seems we are going to concentrate more on that after this pandemic. This is the first point. Second, it seems not only our daily habits or style of doing business is moving to some new normal, but also finance sector, for example, including federal banks' role is being affected since they have started direct investment support programs, which was not so usual so far. As third, we have been speaking about in the past economic of scale when we were speaking about competition and so on. But now we all realize the problems of bounding to one big supplier or some limited suppliers. And finally, we have been speaking about being near or far, being cheap or expensive. But now we have been speaking about importance of availability rather than near or far, rather than cheap or expensive. And as my comment, we don't exactly know which sectors will be the rising ones, although we have some idea, but the one who secures the supply chain and builds up the real trust to the counterparts will be the winners. And the key word will be the trust, I believe. So if I move to PPP side, of course, I'm not going to speak in details since we have experts here. We are all speaking about Turkey's PPP projects. Yes, we have really a good experience on that. We have all kinds of PPPs, BOT, BO, and the others. And it seems as Turkey has ambitious targets to upgrade this infrastructure, we expect more and more projects will be on pipeline in different sectors in future. And if I go back to the changes and effects again of the pandemic, unfortunately, we are always putting pandemic on the table. COVID-19 has brought, I believe, some possible change also, or may brought in the model of PPP. For example, we understand the importance of cooperation more than that after force majeure discussions. We realized that we should invest in the infrastructure sector and run public projects, as it was already said, for economic recovery. We also realized how important the financing of the private sector and fair risk dispersion. UN sustainability principle and human-oriented PPP projects become more important for the future. And PPP model can also be applied in sectors, in different sectors, not only for industry and the others, but smart projects, smart city projects, and others. And I believe multinational banks are going to work more than ever before. So it may go on like that. On this point, as DEIC, we have been working on the understanding of business diplomacy for 35 years. I believe our PPP committee, which has been founded in 2015, and now going on with the leadership of Dr. April Aydın, is having an important role, of course, with the support of all respectable organizations as well as the ministries. I wish we are going to have a fruitful PPP week for the next 5 days. Thank you for all.
Thank you very much, dear President of the IB, for your evaluation. And we hope, actually we wish to be physically together next year in Istanbul for the 6th PPP week, for your valuable support. And now I would like to give the floor to Thomas Berth from OECD Infrastructure Forum, the chairman of OECD Infrastructure Forum. Thomas, I think 6 months have been passed that we were together for the webinar, and you gave us very valuable, very awesome insights. It was in June, but we don't know what have been changed in 6 months. And the topic of your speech will be, what are the new trends and is there any opportunities for PPP in the near future? We would like to know all these trends and developments in infrastructure community. So we are very excited to listen to you, and maybe a whole week we will discuss these insights, these trends, and how we will reshape PPP together with different countries. Thank you, Thomas.
Good morning to everybody, to very early morning to those in North America, and perhaps mid-afternoon to those elsewhere in Asia. Thank you, Ayab, for the invitation to speak. It's a particular pleasure to do so. It's, I think also, as earlier speakers, I would add my congratulations to the organizers, to the ministry, to Daesh, and also our condolences on the tragic events that occurred at Izmir during the weekend. It underpins one of the many messages, which is the need for resilience in infrastructure, as this is obviously something that I think the G20 governments have focused on very substantially, which is that natural disasters, whether of the form of an epidemic or whether in the form of simply climate warming, are factors that we have to address increasingly as we go forward. Given the very complex and challenging environment we are currently facing, an invitation to speak to you brings in its own way a responsibility to identify constructive ways forward in many serious challenges we face. My aim, therefore, is to develop a narrative based on the common ground of public and private sector experience as to what we can achieve by facilitating private investment, promoting innovations, innovative structures, and whether we do so through PPPs or other forms of financing is perhaps not as important as the fact that we are doing so to facilitate the role of public and private players in developing a lasting global economic recovery. I think it is clear that perhaps more than at any other time, the current social and economic situations require governments and policymakers to deploy all of their policy instruments and all of their resources, including PPPs, if we are to achieve a format of Build Back Better. Now, the conjunction of the COVID shock, combined with the challenges of changes to climate, technology, and trade, has substantially increased the uncertainty about future economic developments, as well as the international capacity to achieve agreed strategic objectives such as the SDGs, the Paris Agreement, or the Green Deal for the European Union. There was a very valuable report recently from the Global Infrastructure Hub, which is an offshoot of the G20, on megatrends. And this has amply demonstrated, underlined the uncertainties facing both public and private sector players and our need to address these uncertainties if we are to achieve our objectives. Now, let's start on a note of realism. We know that the implementation of SDG and climate targets are significantly behind target, having achieved approximately 1/3 of the pro rata targets to date. The difficulties of accessing sufficient appropriate finance, most notably in countries with weaker regulation and lesser developed domestic financial markets and lower incomes, have again highlighted the need for a whole of government strategic approach to establishing more effective governance and regulation, most notably in the selection of investment priorities, the implementation of sustainable low carbon, inclusive quality infrastructure. It equally highlights the urgent need to take a more effective approach to expanding access to financial resources domestically and internationally. Now, despite the challenges and difficulties of the current global environment, my overall view is that there is scope for real progress, considerably greater than we have made in recent years, and that there are strengths which we will enumerate, which we can build on, that will enable us to face the current difficulties with a clear vision and a determination to achieve a lasting economic recovery at national and regional development levels. Let me start by focusing concretely on some common positions held by the public and the private sector, which provide a strong basis to address the current challenges. Firstly, something we perhaps tend to forget: the unprecedented agreements reached internationally through the United Nations to establish common frameworks for the achievement of sustainable development goals in the Paris Climate Agreement. The recent agreement of the European Union, of Japan, and of Korea to fix a net zero carbon target for 2050, and of China to set its same target by 2060, are major indications of political progress and commitment. We know there are ongoing discussions and disputes on secondary issues, but that should not detract from the main progress. These common policy frameworks are hugely important to the private sector as well as to the public, as they create confidence in the overall common objectives of the development process and considerably enhance the understandings and reduce the uncertainties between public and private sectors. The fact that each country owns its own SDG and climate strategy, one of the main stipulations by the UN, is also a considerable strength, as well as a political necessity. As such, flexibility is essential if countries are to effectively manage the implementation of their infrastructure programs in ways that suit their own specific political, economic, and social circumstances. A second hugely positive development is that public authorities and private sectors already have and increasingly recognize and endorse the real progress and benefits being made through more effective public sector governance in setting national infrastructure priorities. The public dialogue between public and private on implementation, as well as capacity building and economic regulation to improve investment results, mitigating the risks of investment and expanding access. Again, the statistical evidence is there through a recent report from the Global Infrastructure Hub, which has shown that in those markets where governance is strongest and regulations are clearest, not only is there stronger investment by the private sector, but the economic and financial returns are stronger. This focus on improving infrastructure governance and quality infrastructure is the joint fruit of the multi-year commitment of the public and private sectors together. The results achieved by the G20, working through the OECD, the MDBs, the IMF, national governments as well as the private sector on guidelines for quality infrastructure, roadmaps to infrastructure as an asset class, and most recently, the OECD recommendations on governance of infrastructure are testimony to this. Now, we know that all countries are not equally advanced in these areas, but those are a beacon, nevertheless, to those who are seeking to improve efficiency, effectiveness, and sustainability of their infrastructure programs, as, for example, conferences throughout Asia, throughout Africa, will readily attest. There is also another significant synergy in this area. The new consensus on governance is increasingly supported by a number of gatekeepers whose views influence the access to funds from the public and private sector. These gatekeepers include central banks who insist on taking climate risks into account in assessing the quality of bank balance sheets, credit rating agencies who insist on including ESG criteria for the assessment of bond issuance, ethical investors who insist on looking at the purpose of funds, economic regulators and CSOs, each of whom insist that ESG standards are applied. This wide-based consensus is creating the necessary regulatory and financial incentives to ensure that ESG governance becomes intrinsic to all infrastructure development. A third major development is the increased political flexibility over the last 10 years in macroeconomic, monetary, and fiscal conditions, which is enabling central banks and fiscal authorities to respond more effectively to the current crisis. The lessons learned from the great financial crisis of 2008 have been positive, as have the major counter-cyclical macroeconomic and physical measures taken nationally and internationally in response to COVID-19, which demonstrate the effectiveness of national and international collaboration in limiting the worst impact of the crisis. Arguably, in certain domains, public authorities have increased substantially the policy space and are adopting a do whatever it takes approach to restore market confidence. Again, from a private sector viewpoint, these are major and welcome developments. In a significant evolution of public policy advice in view of market changes since a decade ago, notably the reduction in long-term costs of borrowing, the IMF now indicate that a lower cost of borrowing that is expected to prevail for the foreseeable future means that many countries, notably the advanced economies and those that have the choice of continued borrowing, are likely to do so without impairment or excessive risk. For many countries, however, with only limited access to financial markets due to their high existing levels of indebtedness, special measures and special precautions are still necessary. A further strong positive is that the pandemic has underscored that infrastructure as investment is as much about mobilizing organizational, technological, and managerial and policy resources, not just financial resources. It is about better managing infrastructure investment, including design and implementation of projects, and maintenance and preservation of infrastructure assets, which is almost the core DNA of PPPs. Now, when we look at the stock of global savings, we know that they are adequate to meet investment needs. What we also know is that the investment needs and the prudential requirements are not aligned at present, and that there is a real need, to address this question so that infrastructure can be developed as an asset class. I think we in particular need to look to the development of the private sector and to a willingness to take increased risks in compensation or compensated for by increased reward. If we look at what has been happening in recent years, again, I refer to a Global Infrastructure Monitor report issued in the last week or so, there has been a significant switch of investment attention from greenfield investment to brownfield investment. In fact, what was a decade ago 75% going to greenfield is now 75% going to brownfield investment. I think we need to be very careful when we look at these and see that if we are to maintain the broad confidence of public policymakers, the support of the public, the support of the private sector must equally be given to greenfield investment as it is simply to financial investments. I think we also have to be very conscious of further developments. Many borrowers now have exceptional access to capital markets at lower cost finance, notably advanced and upper middle income status countries. Where their principal challenge now lies is the investment in expertise and knowledge. This is particularly so if I pick up the comments of the chairman earlier on, as it reflects on the role of the MDBs going forward, because their role can no longer be simply, and it has not been, to be fair, for a very long time, to provide financing. Their principal role has been to catalyze other financiers through their expertise, through their convening power. Looking ahead, countries generally face the common challenge to scale up and leverage their resources as effectively as possible, and to mitigate risks by strengthening partnerships between public and private institutions. Scaling up and leveraging resources and accelerating the implementation of infrastructure programs is undoubtedly the principal challenge we are facing at the present time. Now, we know that increasing level of investment that is required cannot be met in a purely traditional way, as markets generally have concentrated their financing and their investments on more creditworthy countries and relying on MDBs for that purpose. Now, in order to attract the necessary funds from a wider range of public and private sources, both domestic and international, clear prominence must be given to improved effective governance, policy dialogue with the public and private sectors, all of which serve as a form of risk mitigation so that existing resources are used more effectively. It is equally important that greater use is made of domestic savings and financial and fiscal resources, as these can be developed without the level of foreign exchange and other risks that external international financing requires. It is also clear, as we address the questions of climate change and of the green economy, that technology change and innovation, which are the DNA of the private sector, must feature much more significantly than they have in the past to attract funds from foreign investors. As we're addressing here today, private investors to a large degree, it's hugely important that people look past what seem to be the exaggerated perceptions of risk, excuse me, once they are financing or investing outside advanced markets. If we look at the credit data, the returns, the default rates, and the recovery rates that have been published by institutions, that have been published by the credit rating institutions for the last 40 years, we can see that infrastructure as an asset class performs better than general investments. Secondly, we can see that the differences over time between advanced and emerging economies, in fact, is nugatory. There is almost no difference to speak of. There are differences of timing, notably in the operation and construction periods. But one has to say that the market's reaction to investment outside of advanced markets at the moment is based on perception. It is not based on results. And it is particularly important that investors take that up. It is also important that governments repeat it so that the markets pay attention. Now, the times have changed, even in such a short period as the last 12 months. I think the questions to us have also changed, and logically, therefore, our answers must also change. We cannot just add COVID to the pre-existing challenges as though it is business as usual, because as we know, there are significant mega trends in the market, whether of technology, whether of changes to trade, whether of changes to climate, that we have to take account of if we wish to be successful long-term investors. The urgent question now is how improvements in governance can help increase the substantial leverage of public capital that is needed to support the achievement of efficient, effective, and sustainable national development strategies. The role of the OECD, the MDBs, the IMF, and other development bodies supported by the G20 is crucial, as they are amongst the principal advocators, advisors, and agents for the implementation of quality infrastructure and of sustainable low carbon environment. Both countries and MDBs need to mitigate risks by strengthening the partnerships further. This encompasses very strongly the whole dialogue about PPPs, because we have seen, I think, with some concern that in some countries, the dialogue about PPPs has become relatively difficult, if not indeed toxic. And that if we do not address it in a way that gives comfort to the principal decision makers, we will in fact reverse rather than make progress. So the key message here is that countries and MDBs need to mitigate the risks of infrastructure investment and of PPPs by building back better. The private sector must be a real partner in this. It is no longer business as it was before. Now, one of the most significant documents that has been published in recent times was published by the OECD in July of this year, and it reflected a long-going investment or a long-going dialogue with over 100 investors in the private sector who represented over US $20 trillion across a wide geography, including investors in 28 countries. And what was hugely important and valuable about this was that what the private sector investors were saying were necessary for a global effort to achieve the objectives we're all talking about are entirely consistent with what the public sector has said it believes is necessary for the public sector to be an intelligent, trustworthy, and good partner over the long term. Now, I'll just pick some of the key points. Private sector investors were key that private sector expertise, innovation, and investment capital should be harnessed both for the recovery and post-recovery phases of the pandemic, focusing on long-term sustainability and growth outcomes and building resilience. This could have been written as a public sector aspiration. The reality is that the common purpose and discussion of the two parties, public and private, is particularly valuable to see in this way. I think the second major conclusion that the private sector would like to collaborate, engage in partnership between the public and private sector as a mechanism to attract investment and to manage risks. I think we are very conscious that in the PPP field, we constantly seek to find the correct balance and alignment of risks, because we know that different parties have different capacities. I think the general statement that the private sector investors have come through here is in fact a full reflection of the PPP credo in this field. I think the third major issue, which is particularly important, is one that addresses in its own way trust, confidence, commitment, and focus on building local infrastructure investment markets, strengthening institutions, and ensuring transparency and commitment to support regulatory and policy regimes. I think we have seen in countries which have had difficulties with PPPs that the issue is not about whether PPPs have performed, because we know from portfolio analysis that 95, 98% of portfolios have performed very well. What has undermined PPPs is a sense of lack of confidence in the fairness as to how risks are managed. So I think it is particularly valuable that a private sector institutional asset managers come forward and emphasize this principle of building trust and confidence, so that in fact, national and regional players, as much as international players, find that their interests are adequately taken into account. I think the final point that I will focus on, the final very big point that the private investors spoke of, was the need for government to take leadership in achieving sustainability objectives in infrastructure. There is no contradiction in this. Private sector have always said in the context of PPPs, we really want an intelligent government client. We really want a government client that is a partner. It is a public-private partnership. It is not a privatization. It is not a passing of responsibility purely to the private sector. So this willingness to recognize, if you like, the political mandate of the public bodies is hugely important in closing the circle and creating the necessary trust between public and private sector for large-scale programs to continue over the long term. So let me just touch very briefly on other things which people would be surprised if they had not been mentioned. Private sector focus has always been that capital availability remains high, but infrastructure markets are also highly competitive. Governments must expect that the returns that are generated are reasonable and not excessive. But then the private sector is not arguing and should not be arguing for excessive returns. That second point, that private investment can be mobilized, both for the recovery and post-recovery phases of the pandemic. There is a belief in the asset managers that that is a realizable objective. Third point, which repeats what I was talking about earlier about gatekeepers, that investors themselves are positively embracing ESG standards on environmental social governance as just fundamental to their own credibility in doing business. Now, it is very good to see this because it means that we no longer have to have philosophical debates as to whether there is a fundamental disagreement between one or other party. In fact, they are broadly aligned, even if the details have still got to be hashed out and local circumstances have got to be fully built into the deal. I think there is also a recognition which the public sector really has to take on, that a more thoughtful approach to standardization of contracts can be supportive. Now that is both a warning to the public sector not to seek excessive rigidity, but it is also an indication that not everything is going to be on an ad hoc basis. I think the final point I would draw attention to is that investors see across a country and across a region many common risks. They feel that such risks should be taken into account at a systems level, not as a project level. I think these are very important pragmatic insights. They're not ideological. So let me perhaps close that type of reflection. We have reasons to be concerned as to where we are. There are many things we do not know. But we also have a very substantial foundation in place through the dialogue that has gone on, through the progress that has been made, through the international frameworks for policy that exist. These are all hugely important things. Now, by drawing attention to this most recent OECD study carried out through the G20 and with the private sector, I don't in any way wish to take away the merited highlights that the work of the MDBs, the IMF, national development bodies also merit, because they too have been following very similar lines, and indeed without their massive contribution, the work of other parties such as the G20 could not happen. So there is a line of thought that has developed, that is strong, that knows it has huge challenges in the future. But I think we can be confident. And I trust that this week's conference will enable people to take a view on that and indeed express their support or indeed their contrary views where that is the case, that says both the public and the private sector are indeed genuine partners. They are partners at many different levels, macroeconomic as well as project level, and that there is scope for these things to progress further. I hope as keynote speaker, this gives some thoughts, and I hope some moral courage to people to pick up the many challenges in front of them. And I look forward to looking and to following the debates over the next few days. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Thomas, for your insights and for your evaluation. If you allow me to wrap up some, quotes, and I think David, are you available? Yes.
Yeah.
So we would like to start a discussion session. We have some questions from audience, and David will start the session. Please, David.
Thank you to all the speakers, and Thomas, I really agree with many of the things you said, especially that we have to have the moral courage to do what is right and to do it ethically and to do it sustainably. I have one concern that I've experienced, and I am working on a PPP project in an emerging economy at the moment. And this is something that I have seen in many countries, that there seems to be a tremendous amount of studies that are done in this country, which I won't mention its name, but the Asian Development Bank, the World Bank, the OECD, you can go down the list of almost every multilateral development organization and agency has written reports on the same thing and come to the same conclusion about the same things. And I just wonder, are we not, misusing or wasting resources on developing more studies on what we know is wrong already and what we know could be done to fix it already, instead of finding ways to improve the institutional capacity of these countries to perform PPPs and development projects better. As you said, how do we help the gatekeepers move forward? And I was just wondering on that, because it seems sometimes that millions of dollars are spent on studies that duplicate one another, don't necessarily supplement one another. And in some ways, I think that all the development agencies and donor bodies, etc., need to start working together on implementation rather than over-analysis. Just my question.
Thomas.
Sorry, am I unmuted?
Yes, now it's okay. We can hear
Okay. David, I think I will do a service by taking a slightly contrarian viewpoint. If I look at what I will call a mega project, which normally is the type of thing that requires substantial study, it would not be unusual for 10 to 20% of the total cost of that project to go into its planning, its design, to ensure that it is of the right quality to make it worthwhile. So the whole notion of the quality of decision-making is fundamental. Now, when we look at the many development institutions that play a role, and when we look at the impact they have on investors, so if we take the MDBs as a whole, there are 9 MDBs. They finance about $250 billion per annum. They account for about 5% of the total capital investment in their strategic project areas. Yet they influence, to a considerable degree, the other 95%. Now, if I look at the contrafactual that you might implicitly create if you were to say to MDBs, align yourself on a common appraisal, you are actually potentially reducing their usefulness, because in fact they have different mandates to some degree. And because they have those different mandates, they have different access to sources of finance. There is, to a certain degree, and I for one would explicitly welcome it, competition between MDBs for ideas and for policies. So we had recently one MDB, which was European, which took the viewpoint of not financing coal, and others that decided that they could continue to financing coal, but in restricted circumstances. You have different approaches. Now, this doesn't avoid the nub of your question. If we're talking about 5 MDBs looking at the same project, then surely there is a way for them to collaborate. They do put enormous effort into this process. But in the context of the total investment we are talking about, to be frank, I don't want to sound in any sense complacent, but I do not think it is where the bigger efficiencies are to be gained. There was a very considerable study done by the World Bank, published 3 or 4 years ago, that looked at the total finance required to implement the SDGs. And the World Bank very sensibly said, some countries will spend between 4 and 8% of GDP per annum in order to achieve the SDGs. Now, if the quality of decision-making was improved, the cost of implementing the SDGs could well be half of that 4 to 8%. So my tendency is not to necessarily focus on only the small issues, but also to keep a very keen eye on the big issues to ensure that governments are in fact investing where they should be investing, and that the MDBs are playing the role which is fundamentally theirs, which is to support national governments in implementing national strategies. It is not to dictate, it is to support. That's a somewhat roundabout way of taking it. It gives it from different angles, but I hope you find it useful.
Thank you. And I think it is important that, as you pointed out, that sometimes a number of studies on the same sort of project or idea in a country can offer alternative ideas that make it a better project.
Thomas, I remembered from your webinar speech, you stress a lot on climate change and green infrastructure. Now, Darren Grimsey from EY in Australia, he asked a question regarding these kind of things, climate change and green infrastructure and natural disaster. Actually, this week we have some participants from Japan. And so, you know, there are a lot of natural disasters in Japan, and how they are dealing with natural disasters on PPP projects. They will share with us their experience. But I would like to raise this question to you from Darren to Australia. What should we be doing to improve infrastructure design resilience to natural disasters and the impact of climate change? What do you think?
I think the question presumes the answer, which is that resilience is seen to be a fundamental characteristic of what we are now investing in. We recognize that when we make investments in infrastructure, we are normally making multi-generation investments when we're talking about strategic infrastructure. We have to take appropriate account of likely environmental change over that period, so that we do not end up repeating our investment and correcting our errors at a later stage. So I think the leadership given by the Japanese authorities, particularly when it came to articulating the extent of natural disasters as a phenomenon in the world we live in. Now, most people, you know, will think of natural disasters as being the Fukushimas, the things like this. But then so too are pandemics. So too are the quality of food. So too are other developments, which perhaps are less perceptible, less visible. And therefore, going back to, I think, the emphasis that the Japanese government gave leadership on, which was that of investing in quality infrastructure, by which they meant sustainable, low carbon, inclusive, and capable of facing the resilience that we needed to face, I think is just fundamental at this point. Now, what we still haven't got our arms fully around is, what does it mean in practice? But again, we will only get to that point when we have an intensity of dialogue between public and private sector. And when we have a number of experiences, some of which will be successful and others of which will be failures, which actually teaches lessons that we missed first time round. So very, very supportive of this notion of financing a resilient approach to infrastructure.
Thank you, David. I have a question, actually. You know, these times we have some workshop with some developing countries like Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Ukraine, Belarus, Azerbaijan, and some countries from Africa. So they are asking us how they will deal with this, you know, currency indexation, some governmental guarantee issues. This is a very problematic area, as you know. And the international investors are seeking those governmental guarantees and some indexation, especially for hard currency indexation from those countries. But after the crisis, I mean the pandemic crisis, those developing countries needs a lot of infrastructure, international infrastructure. what do you think? Can we deal this gap with MDB's role, or how we can, attract more international investors to those emerging markets, because they need a lot after the COVID-19. These kind of countries, they are not really eager to give some governmental guarantees, or they don't have enough national budget capacities. So what do you think? What should we answer? Which should find the solution for this gap?
Okay. I'll take the question both in its particular form as well as in its more general form. I think the IMF studies have been particularly valuable because they have pointed out that managing fiscal exposure for governments is absolutely fundamental to have a successful infrastructure program. Now, fiscal exposure, whether it is through exchange rates, whether it is through any other form of agreement, such as take or pay agreements or various others, can be enormously onerous for a country. Therefore, it is particularly important that governments take account of the contingent risks that they are facing in whatever type of project. Now, people have lived with, poorly on occasion, well enough on another occasion, with foreign exchange risks in the past. I think what is particularly important in this focus on developing domestic financial markets is that it begins to alleviate the problem of foreign exchange exposure. Secondly, if we look in developing countries and we look at fiscal resources, which, let me take an approximate number of 15% of GDP is accounted for through tax gathering in the country. Whereas we know that in more developed countries, we're in the broader area of 25% more or less. It is so hugely important that governments develop their domestic financial markets so that they can face the needs for investment using own resources, that they can actually use their tax base to meet some of the uncertainties. And that broadly speaking, they get to the point which, as IMF has focused it, says governments must take account of the fiscal exposures they're running in whatever form and be capable of managing those. It does not mean that governments will not on occasion take risks. They always have and they always will. But they have got to be risks that are commensurate with their capacity to face those risks.
Thank you. David?
I'm here.
Yeah, any evaluation for wrapping of the keynote session and the opening session? Would you like to say something?
I think that we are all saying the same things, and that is great. It's new times, a new start, new serious approaches. I really did like Thomas's conversation about persuading the gatekeepers. I think that is critically important. And one of the biggest challenges on persuading, the gatekeepers, obviously, is helping them understand what PPPs are. In many, many countries that I've worked in, we have done very active programs in building capacities of PPP units, helping the private sector understand what PPPs are about, understanding how these partnerships can form. But the one thing that often happens is that the gatekeepers and some of the decision makers are apprehensive, as was mentioned, are nervous about PPPs due to past histories. And if we can improve that engagement and we can improve that, that approach, I think it's not a good start, because I think we're beyond the start line. I just think it's a way of helping to develop not just sustainable projects, but sustainable programs and sustainable practices. And I was just very, interested in one famous saying by Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, who once said, "A man who doesn't think differently from his time and environment can't grow beyond his time and his environment." And I think this is, the challenge that we should be looking at. We need to think differently. We need to be able to grow past our environment and, think out of the box and do new things. So thank you everyone for all your wonderful comments. They were very useful. And I always say when people ask me what's the most important thing about PPPs, and I always say is that you can never learn enough or know enough about them. And Thomas, you did actually help me, gave me a good idea that maybe all these parallel studies are not effort that is, wasted, but also offers or encourages a debate between different institutions and how we can do PPPs better. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Before closing the session, Thomas, we have a friend from Jordan, the director of Jordan PPP unit, Mr. Osama Suleiman, wrote me a question to raise you. Does the fiscal risk should be a part of PPP unit or a separate unit? What do you think?
I tend to believe in the concept that one has to bring a full understanding of these things together. Now, how one brings it together is going to vary in each country according to each administration. But there has to be a capacity. Just think of it from the private sector viewpoint. What would, I think, upset most private sector investors if they found that they were having conversations with one part of government that were not informed by conversations they were having with another part of government. They really need to have government as an intelligent client. And an intelligent client knows whether his right arm and his left arm are communicating or not communicating. If you had a dysfunctional government, there is no prospect that significant projects are going to get done, and there is no prospect that significant national objectives are going to be achieved. Now that avoids the answering in any particular way that says it should be the Ministry of Finance, or it should be the Ministry of Budget, or it should be the Ministry of Infrastructure. All of those things vary according to the country. But looking at it both from a country viewpoint, but also from a client viewpoint, you cannot afford to talk to somebody who does not know what he is talking about in full. That is far too risky behavior. It's an avoidable risk.
Okay. Thank you very much for your answers and for your encouraging thoughts. Whole week, actually, we will discuss a lot regarding PPP and the future of PPP and the infrastructure business. We have more than 15 countries, country presentation and country rooms, Thomas. So today and tomorrow and Wednesday and Thursday, the countries will make their presentation about their PPP pipelines and what is going on there on that countries. So it will be very good to get all these insights and evaluation from different countries. So we are planning to prepare a report, a final report of the week, and we will share all of you, the speakers, panelists, and participants, and maybe we can learn what is going on in different countries and in different level of PPP projects. So your encouraging thoughts will be shed light on for us all week, and I hope we will see again in the new year in a more healthy environment, and maybe we will discuss a lot about green infrastructure and a better world.
Thank you indeed. It has been a pleasure.
Okay, thank you. So we will not close the meeting room. The chat box will be available for the participant. They can chat each other. So we will leave, but the room will be open. And the next session will start at 1:30 Istanbul time. And we will listen the head of PPP of Turkish Presidential Office. And she will give some details about Turkish PPP projects in Turkey and the records, what has been completed so far. So I would like to thank you, Thomas, first of all, you, Murat Bey from the Ministry of Trade for your support.
Thank you very much.
And David also, I know it's very late in DC, and so you have you can rest a lot.
I'm looking forward to going back to sleep. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Eyüp, our meeting is about to start in 10 minutes. You said 1:30, but I just wanted to make it clear. It's like in 10 minutes.
Which one? It's
12:30.
sorry. Sorry,
Yeah,
it's
12:30.
yeah, sorry. First of all, before Sedef, yes, we have an opening panel. Sorry for that. So I think they are ready for the other room. We distribute the links, but 10 minutes, this meeting room will be available for the chat. So the participants will chat each other, and see you at the other webinar room. Thank you very much for all.
Thank you very much. I am also leaving. Thank you for everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Thomas.
Okay, bye-bye.
Microphone and speak loud.
I'll go mute and I'll have the camera off. We have Nid as well online. She is from the Foreign Economic Council.
And good luck to everyone. I wish a very good session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we have a good, I forgot the word, Stimmung. Good,
Mood.
yeah, good mood.
Hello everyone, I just joined.
Hi Nid Hanım.
Right.
Muslim, did you also say that we are going to wait for 1 minute when the broadcast starts?
Yes.
Okay.
I
Just
don't
wanted
use
to make
the
sure.
technical person. You need to give the sign that
Okay.
it will go live.
Great.
Will you make some screenshots of the when we are speaking, just for us as a memory?
I could take pictures.
Yeah, thank you. So, kind of you. I think Eric Bergov, yeah, he moved also to China to take the position in this right? In this structure.
Who? What did you say?
Eric Bergov, this economist.
I'm not sure.
I think he
Bu oturumda tercüme olacak mıydı?
No need for translation. It's all in English.
Hello.
Hi, Hip. How are you?
Hi, Mark. How are you?
All good.
You look great. You look great. With a red flower.
That's my poppy for Remembrance Day.
Yes.
Very good. Very good. Üç. Bonjour, Mus. Bonjour, Üç.
Bonjour. Good. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Good to see you.
Natalie. Nice to see you. How are you? Thank you for the coordination and for your support. It was great. Amazing. Thank you, Natalie. Hülya Hanım, merhabalar.
Merhabalar Eyüp Bey, nice to see you.
Sizi de iyi gördüm. Nasılsınız?
Çok mersi. Congrats.
Shall we start for the broadcast?
I think...
Because we said 12:30, but we can still wait, I mean, if you want.
1 minute maybe. And then we... Natalie, after the broadcasting, I think you should wait 1 or 2 minutes. And then you can start.
Yep.
Yes. I was.
Because people like to be on.
Huge, are you in France, in Paris?
Yeah, I mean in Paris. Yeah.
How is this? How is the situation?
Well, we have known some more light and funnier situation. It's not so good. We just heard about we just had some new containment restrictions, and but people get used to it.
Unfortunately.
What about yourself?
Not so good actually in Turkey, especially in Istanbul. You know, our population is more than 20 million. So it's not easy to handle this coronavirus in Istanbul. So it's not so good. We have daily more than 3,000 cases.
You know that you have to strike a balance between health and economy, and that's a tricky spot, I think.
Exactly. Hard times.
Yeah, hard times.
And you can't travel to Africa.
dedicated to sustainable infrastructure and sustainable development goals. Let me introduce myself. I'm Natalia Korchakova-Hip, Managing Director of SDG 17 Consulting GmbH and founder of PPP Health for All, a global platform to facilitate sustainable and people-centered healthcare PPPs. Today we have a distinguished panel, well-known experts worldwide, which don't really need my introduction. And let me start from the ladies. I'm very pleased to introduce Julia Paza-Ogulari, who is Principal Consultant for PPPs, Economics and Finance at IMC Worldwide. Julia is a former head of PPP office within the Turkish Treasury and has a long track of experience in sovereign borrowing, public investments, PPP advisory, infrastructure finance and governance. Next speaker is Mark Mosley, who is the principal of Mosley Infrastructure Advisory Services. He is the former Chief Operating Officer of the G20 Global Infrastructure Hub and former lead lawyer in the World Bank Infrastructure Practice Group. And it is a special pleasure for me to introduce Mark today, as he is also a member of the advisory board of PPP Health for All. Next speaker is Hugo de la Forge, partner at the law firm Fidal, France. He is the head of PPP projects and is in charge of African countries. Hugo has more than 20 years of experience in advising the public and private clients on contract management, disputes, and international arbitration. Thanks to you all for being with us today. And some housekeeping issues. If our audiences have questions, please write them in the chat and we will try to answer them. So ladies and gentlemen, it's very symbolic that our conference today is being open with discussion on sustainable infrastructure. Thanks to organizers for giving a priority to this issue. Sustainable infrastructure is an essential foundation for achieving Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and objectives of the Paris Agreement. It's not anymore about building more infrastructure projects, more roads, more schools, more hospitals. It is now about building sustainably by establishing a sustainable life cycle, sustainable design, sustainable procurement, sustainable financing, sustainable construction, sustainable operation and maintenance, and of course, impact assessment. It's also about increased quality, efficiency, innovation of service delivery in meeting all sustainability criteria at once: social, environmental, institutional, and economic and financial criteria. So my first question goes to Mark. Mark, at your time with the World Bank and the Global Infrastructure Hub, you worked closely with G20 on sustainability and quality infrastructure. Could you please describe the G20 approach to sustainability and achievement of SDG infrastructure related SDGs? And maybe you could also please explain us how the G20 approach relates to other sustainable infrastructure initiatives.
Sure. First of all, thank you, Natalia, for the kind introduction. And thanks also to the organizers of this year's Istanbul PPP Week for the invitation to join this panel. As it happens, I had the honor of speaking at the inaugural Istanbul PPP Week back in 2015, and it's great to once again appear at the event, although the extraordinary circumstances of this year has meant that we're not able to enjoy the opportunity to gather in the wonderful city of Istanbul, unfortunately. Even though all of us have been forced to deal with the immediate impacts of the pandemic, we should not lose our focus on the critically important longer-term objectives that we have such as the achievement of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And as infrastructure practitioners, we must not abandon our efforts to help achieve the infrastructure-related SDGs in terms of universal access to basic infrastructure services for both economic infrastructure, such as transport, power, water, and digital services, as well as social infrastructure, such as hospitals and schools. The need for these services remains acute, and we must redouble our efforts to achieve the SDG objectives while recognizing the new realities that will arise inevitably in the post-pandemic world. Now, recently, a number of infrastructure strategists, including Thomas Barrett in today's keynote address that took place earlier, have promoted this concept of building back better. And indeed, I believe that there is some sort of election going on right now in the United States in which the opposition candidate has adopted that very idea. But what do we mean by building back better? I suggest that what the idea should mean is a commitment to pay close attention to the quality of the infrastructure we are building. And this is what brings me to the G20's approach to achieving the infrastructure-related SDGs as raised by Natalia in her question. As Thomas Barrett also noted this morning, the G20 has, for the last few years, beginning in 2015 under Turkey's G20 presidency, the G20 has been focusing on the quality of infrastructure investments. And this focus ultimately led to the G20 leaders formally approving last year the principles for quality infrastructure investment, also known as the QII principles. But what exactly are these QII principles and how do they relate to the SDGs? Well, there are 6 main QII principles as follows. Principle 1 is to maximize the positive impact of infrastructure to achieve sustainable growth and development. And this is the principle that directly incorporates the UN's 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, under which the SDG goals were articulated. Principle 2 is to raise economic efficiency in view of life cycle costs. And this involves taking into account all phases of the life cycle of an infrastructure project, including planning, construction, operation, maintenance, and disposal. Principle 3 calls for the integration of environmental considerations in infrastructure investments by taking into account the positive and negative impacts of infrastructure projects on ecosystems, biodiversity, climate, weather, and the use of resources. Principle 4 speaks to building resilience against natural disasters and other risks, and the need to create comprehensive disaster risk management plans which inform the design and operation of key infrastructure facilities. And of course, as Thomas mentioned, Turkey unfortunately knows all about the importance of resilience, as was demonstrated by the recent tragic earthquake near Izmir a couple of days ago. Principle 5 is the integration of social considerations in infrastructure investment, and it urges the adoption of policies that provide open access to infrastructure services on a non-discriminatory basis. And finally, Principle 6 addresses the need to strengthen infrastructure governance in terms of the government institutions and processes that impact on the planning, procurement, and management of infrastructure investments. This last principle concerning infrastructure governance is, in my view, particularly important. Very recently, both the World Bank and the IMF have emphasized the relationship between good governance and the efficiency of infrastructure investments. In this regard, I particularly recommend taking a look at the very new book which the IMS produced in September, entitled Well Spent: How Strong Infrastructure Governance Can End Waste in Public Investment, which can be freely downloaded from the IMF's website. The important point is that the G20, alongside the United Nations and organizations such as the World Bank and the IMF, is now focusing clearly on the practical problems associated with achieving the infrastructure-related SDGs by 2030. And this focus is demonstrating the importance of infrastructure quality and infrastructure governance as key elements in the achievement of the SDG objectives.
Thank you, Mark. And talking about PPP governance, Julia, based on your experience in Turkey plus in various developing countries you have been working with, where do you see the gaps for achieving better sustainability in PPP governance, particularly from the public finance and financier side, and project prioritization or policy alignment? What needs to be done and where the policies to be reshaped?
Well, thank you, Natalia. And thank you for the introduction, Mark. If I may add a few words before starting, thank you for all this fantastic event, Mr. Eyüp Vuralaydın and your team. As Mark mentioned, it was 2015 that I was also have the honor to be one of the speakers of the first event of the PPP Week in Istanbul. And I have recognized that there is a huge increasing PPP Week alumni in the world, which also benefited a lot within these recent discussions. And coming back to your initial question, Natalia, based on the G20 principles, which is a landmark part, we also believe that the principles should have the implementation side. So maybe I may refer more on what is going on, especially in the developing world in terms of sustainability and the SDG related part, which is also very challenging in terms of those emerging market considerations. So we understand that there is a direction for all of us to understand. There is a close link of sustainability with the success factors of the public services. And here we are talking about not only the hard infrastructure, but also the more of a kind of soft service related infrastructure facilities. And these are all related with the development efforts of the emerging countries especially. So we see that the politicians and the government authorities are setting the key trends and the goals of sustainability in their development agenda, and they are deciding to be, all these goals are decided to be the successful and achievable ones based on the actions, especially related with the investment and infrastructure policies. So considering all the project life cycles, the critical perspective and the responsibility is first starting from the public side. And when it comes to more project preparation and the project availability for a real sustainable terms in the infrastructure policies, we see that there is a huge engagement with the private sector. This opens the key window of the public-private partnership policies, where the trend is increasing in using those kind of innovative and private engagement opportunities in the infrastructure investments. When you're working with a new country as an international advisor, you're opening the development plans and the high-level investment plans of these countries, and the related strategies and goals are very, very familiar with each other. And there is a huge aim to decrease the existing infrastructure gap in order to foster the economic growth as well. So we see that the emerging trends are in the last few years before the COVID, let's say, there are some emerging trends that affect those sustainability concerns. We were talking about the no normal is the new normal before COVID, but now we're increasing the changing environment rapidly. And we have observed that within the sustainability, the competition is also increasing. And there is also from the private sector part, a focus on the large benefits. And there is a huge ongoing trend on the asset management, which is getting more sophisticated in the private financing perspective. We were talking about a lot related with the security issues in all the investment policies that the governments were facing with, especially for the last 5 years. And what we have observed clearly in the sustainability manner that the gap between the public and private sector narrows. But in addition to that, we have also observed that the project preparation facilities of the governments are also focusing on more institutional strengthening in the project preparation cycles. So it also increased those kind of innovative new ways to fund the infrastructure projects. Within coming with the last 8 months with the COVID, I'm sure there will be plenty of discussions with what has been changed. But my key observation is there is a change in the demand forecasts of all the facilities infrastructure. So there is a shift in the demand, maybe from transportation sector demand, while decreasing to the social sectors like the healthcare, the remote learning, education has been increased. I was working with the Nepalese agencies, and I was in Kathmandu in last November and December, that we were all talking about a huge airport project, the hydro energy projects in Nepal. But in 3 months, we have shifted all the discussions to how can we foster the private investment for the remote education facilities in Nepal. So we understand here that the sustainability and the need of those infrastructure demands are also very sensitive to the time and demand related shifts. And this also comes to the, in terms of the private prioritization of the infrastructure policies. This is more related with the demand side. And coming to the supply side, what we know is, yes, we know there is a public money needed, and even now it is more limited with the slowdown of the economies, especially in developing world, plus the developed countries. And there is an urgent need of the budgetary expenditures and more crucial issues. This all increases the importance of the private sector participation, as we said before at the beginning. So for my last 2 years, I am deeply working with the developing agencies and the emerging PPP agencies in the countries. What we have suggest or identify as a PPP expert has 3 key pillars. One is, as I said before, the poor planning and project selection is one of the key challenges in front of the sustainability terms as well, which needs more analysis, more technology, innovation, and information gathering. The second one is the inefficient delivery bottlenecks, which is more related with the life cycle management and long-term perspective, especially for the contract management. And the third one is more related with the finance, the limited public resources. So we believe that within the involvement of MDBs and other long-term financiers to the governments, there is a huge need for the government support after the COVID, especially to increase those sustainability manners. Similar candidate PPP projects, especially in those countries, have a financial viability and value for money analysis, which is a must for all our PPP expert perspectives. But we also understand that there is also the social and economic benefits, which also trigger most of those countries to provide some PPP models to those soft infrastructure services. And considering the SDG-related social benefits, there is also an increasing demand to showcase the social benefit of those projects in addition to the affordability and financial viability perspectives. So it will be good to make these dive. Thank you. And we can continue from this based on the questions, but the key part is, again, the project preparation will play a key dominant role in the sustainability manner. Thank you, Natalia.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry for interrupting, just for the sake of time. You spoke about Nepal. I think, Hugo, you have a practical experience on the ground in Africa for many years, especially with governments and project sponsors. what are the actual trends regarding the inclusion of social impact in PPP projects in Africa?
Yeah, merhaba, and thank you, Natalia. I would like also to warmly thank the organization of the Istanbul PP Week for inviting me, and especially Dr. Eyüp Vuralaydin. For sure, as Mark said, would have preferred enjoying the view on the Bosphorus, but for the time being, we are more enjoying our home office's views, but that's the way it is. Anyway, coming back to Africa, it's interesting to note that Africa has been apparently less impacted than other continents by the COVID-19 virus. But the current pandemic reveals the weakness of most African countries, as they either depend on importation of goods from outside and also relied at the same time for some of them on exportation of their oil and gas productions, minerals, metals, and so on and so forth. So I would like here to remind a few facts before answering your questions. 600 million Africans do not have access to water. And the amount of funding needed to achieve the famous SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, by 2030 would exceed 150 billion per year. 150 billion per year. What do we also face here is that the less affluent and or isolated social people, classes are the most affected. And the problem is that investors logically focus on credit-worthy and easy-to-serve clients, which exclude the less fortunate and the most landlocked. So projects affecting or impacting on a large population, therefore less insolvent, are more difficult to finance. So there is an urgency to modify the scope of all infrastructure projects to include populations that are less easy to serve, and at the same time finding financial solutions to make those projects viable. So that would be my my first remark on your first answer on your question, Natalie.
We have already questions from the audience. Could you please give us concrete examples on the extent of which infrastructure projects in Africa modified?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there is a priority list of type of infrastructure, so that needs to be addressed. Of course, drinking water, sanitation, electricity, energy, health, education, transport, and communication. But I would not oppose, I would say, merchant projects to social projects, because social projects needs to be to have some solutions, financial solutions, to render those projects viable. I will give a few examples which are collected from my experience, to just take a transportation example, like a mining train. As you know, mining train in Africa may find its profitability by its sole mission of evacuating metals, minerals from a point A, from the pit, to generally a port by a train corridor. So it becomes economic and structural access for entire regions by evacuating those materials. But what if this train also ensure passenger trains corridor with adaptation, technical adaptation to the railway? So of course, it deserves some probably subsidized tariffs and so on and so forth. But I think that's the first example of how to render one, or to transform one project in an economic project in a social one. Can give you another example, like hydropower. Dams are more and more designed to also benefit to the surrounding populations, partly as compensation for the nuisance of the building, partly with the consequence of much greater social acceptability of the entire project. So in terms of the off-taking obligations, of course, there is also more and more consideration about that the population should benefit from, first from this hydropower. Another examples, we talk more and more about off-grid projects. So off-grid electrical service models are also increasingly available thanks to photovoltaic mobile phones. We move to a larger scale, this move to a larger scale, requires some additional capitals and therefore upstream studies showing the profitability for the investors and the conditions ought to make these projects more viable. So there is a lot of other examples to show that the mode of productions of distribution have been adapted in Africa, often thanks to non-profit funding, international NGOs, foundation, like shared transport, autonomous management of wells or fountains, multifunctional platforms, subsidized tariff, and so on and so forth. So I think, coming back to Mark and Julia's statements, I think there is some kind of mandatory moral, not only contractual as a lawyer, but moral obligation for investors and financiers to take into account those social criteria in the projects, and to make those projects viable by finding some new technical, financial, legal means in order to have those projects, to make those projects viable. So, and finally, I think it really comes to the preparation of the projects, the studies, preparation of the studies, which is a key element in the projects, because for Africa, my experience, we see too many so-called priority projects, like 50 or 100 projects in each country, and only maybe 2, 3, 5 out of this list is feasible, and most of the times the projects that are on tracks are not those projects which are on the list, but out of the frame project. So I think, yeah, that's one of the things I could say at this stage.
Thank you very much. We have another question. I think the question is very relevant. Is there any positive change about the approach or appetite of the private sector to sustainability with regard to PPP projects? If yes, what are the additional expectations of the private sector from the governments with regard to sustainability? Mark, would you like to answer this question?
I would like to answer this question. I think there has been a huge positive change on this score. Last month, they had the big infrastructure investor global summit in Berlin. And what really struck me were the number of speakers, and these are, very hard-nosed investors. They're asset managers and they're pension funds and people like that. And speaker after speaker was saying, what's really important now is the so-called ESG considerations, environmental, social, and governance considerations. As one speaker put it, every time now that I'm talking to a prospective investor, the first question they ask me is, what are the ESG characteristics of this project that you want me to invest in? That wasn't happening even, a year ago to anywhere near the same extent. So I think there has been a sea change. Maybe the pandemic's got something to do with it. Now, in terms of the second part of that question, what can governments do in response to that? Well, obviously, they should focus on each of those three elements, the E, the S, and the G, and that will help to not only attract the investments, but also achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. The one that I think is the easiest for them to do, and perhaps the most impactful, is the governance ones. if you can satisfy prospective investors that you've got proper governance arrangements in place, the sort of things Julia was talking about in her remarks, that's going to make a huge impact on what investors think and their willingness to invest in projects in your country. And as I mentioned, the IMF has demonstrated conclusively that that's the lowest hanging fruit. If you can improve the governance systems, you can dramatically improve the efficiency of your investments and dramatically get more bang for your buck.
Thank you, Mark. I actually have a couple of questions for you, but I just want to ask Julia maybe first. What do you think are the difference between policies and approaches across the countries related to integration and implementation of SDG goals within PPP projects? Does it actually increase the complexity of PPPs? And maybe you could also comment on how we could facilitate better stakeholder management in PPPs to foster sustainable development goals implementation.
Well, thank you, Natalia, and thank you, Mark, for advising the book, which is more related with the public expenditure feedback in terms of fiscal risk and contingent liability management, which is also very crucial impact on the governance side. So coming back to your question, Natalia, for the last 2 years, I have been heavily involved with the South Asian countries. So it will be good to maybe highlight some examples over those countries and their key project, infrastructure, policy related decision-making perspective for the SDGs. I have recognized that those countries have an increasing huge infrastructure gap in terms of different urban development, transportation and energy related, climate finance and citizen resilience related needs of those countries. And I have recognized that all of these countries are more sensitive in terms of the social and sustainable perspectives when it comes to the consideration of wasting some part of the public money into those PPP projects. You know that there are plenty of government support mechanisms, and Asia market is more commonly using the viability gap funding, which is a front payment from the government as an equity to those PPP projects. And when it comes to more social benefits and more giving the transparency related monitoring issues from the politicians and the high-level decision-making authorities, it is also very important to highlight the social benefits of and the impact on those infrastructure investments when public money is going to be spent. So this is a good pick in order to understand the key dynamics of the project preparation in terms of those countries. And when it comes to the key decision, either it is the PPP or the public procurement methodologies, again, it comes to more related with the SDG related event, SDG related targets. And in those countries, all the tariff regulations, pricing policies are changing from country to country in legal terms, but there is a shift also in between more collaboration with the private sector, which also fosters a positive impact for the sustainability manner. Hope I try to answer your question, and feel free to raise any questions related with the Asia market that I may help. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. I want to come back to you, Mark, because you made a remark about environmental, social, and governance criteria, which is kind of a must already in the, let's say, when we're talking about financing of PPP projects. But Mark, would you agree that actually the integration of SDG targets and indicators goes beyond environmental, social, and governance principles, which is of course must to have, but in my opinion, it's a little bit more additional work yet required to integrate SDGs in more comprehensive way. Which is your view on that?
Well, yes. ESG sort of is the the floor, if you will. You have to achieve that in order to push towards the achievement of the SDG objectives. But it's an important floor, and let's be candid, not every country has met that floor. Not every country is doing a sufficient job in terms of environmental, social, and governance considerations. But here again, and I apologize for sounding like a bit of a broken record on this, this is where the G20's emphasis on quality, I think, is very instructive. Because if you recall those 6 principles that I mentioned in my opening response, they will take you beyond the ESG floor. If a country paid close attention to the implementation of those principles, then I think you can go a much longer distance towards achieving the SDGs. That's why those principles are so important. That's why we now need to get beyond simply articulating the principles of quality investment and actually look at implementing those policies. And there's a lot of work being done in this regard, and Hugh and Julia alluded to that. It's encouraging, but we need to do more. But that should be where the focus is.
Well, Mark, you mentioned many times quality infrastructure principles developed by G20. We know some other frameworks from Asian Development Bank, OECD, EBRD on sustainable infrastructure, etc., Inter-American Development Bank. You mentioned International Monetary Fund today. Do we need to streamline all these approaches? And I think this was also discussed in the earlier panel today. And if so, who could take a lead on this?
Well, it's a quite provocative question. And indeed, as you mentioned, it was discussed this morning between David Baxter and Thomas Barrett. And the reason it's a provocative question, because it points to a basic flaw in our system of dealing with international challenges, particularly challenges like the achievement of the SDGs and the issue of climate change, which require collective action by multiple countries. Now, of course, the SDGs are a product of deliberations at the United Nations, and there was a consensus of countries at the UN in support of the SDG goals. But, let's be honest, the UN has historically struggled to mobilize countries to act on their commitments. As I said earlier, it's fine to agree on aspirational goals, but they're meaningless unless countries actually implement the promises that they've made. Now, it was in response to that perception that it's very difficult for the UN to force countries to honor their commitments, that various states have gotten together and, put other organizations and groupings in place. I think that's what led originally to the G7. And when the G7 was found to be too narrow an organization, a decision was taken to create the G20. And interestingly, the G20 brings together not only advanced economies, but also emerging market countries, India, Indonesia, South Africa. And this gives the G20, in my view, a certain moral legitimacy in terms of acting as a coordinating agency. And it's also important to remember, you mentioned the various MDBs, but you look at the board of directors of those MDBs, the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, it's the G20 who hold the most votes. So if the G20 wants to do something in a coordinating role, it certainly has the power to do it. And it's probably more effectively placed than an entity such as the UN. And that's why I wanted to provide details on the direction in which the G20 is moving, because I think they have the ability, they can, and they should be a coordinating agency in terms of pushing the agendas necessary to achieve the SDGs.
Well, thank you, Mark. Unfortunately, our time is coming to an end. And just to give some, let's say, final remarks, I would like to ask every speaker maybe to say a couple of words. What, in your view, from your all PPP professionals, and we have a long track of experience, what, from your point of view, should be done to mainstream sustainable public-private partnerships? Hugo, I would like to start with from you.
Okay. Well, in a nutshell, I think first there is a need to have a political willingness to put in place some kind of project, or to have some projects at the level of the terms of reference, including some SDG objectives. Financial means, of course, but also a better preparation of the studies ahead of the project.
Thank you. Julia, what is your opinion?
Yeah, thank you. I can repeat my slogan again, as some of my colleagues already know. I guess it is again the PPPs, please participate productively. All the partners and stakeholders involved in any decision-making process in the infrastructure investments. Thank you, Natalia.
Thank you, Julia. Mark?
I've spoken too long during the course of the session, so I'll be very brief. 2 words: quality and governance. Those are the important considerations, I believe.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for this interesting
Thank
discussion.
you too.
Yes, please, Hugo. You want to add something? No? Okay.
No.
Thank you for your insights and interesting discussion. I hope we provoke some thinking and inspire audience to make sustainable PPPs. I think we don't need just PPP, we need really sustainable public-private partnerships. So let me close the session and wish all the audience good continuation of the conference and get inspired for sustainability and SDGs. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
our second session. We will discuss Turkish PPP records for the past decade. And we have a very valuable guest, Ms. Sedef Yavuz-Noyan from the Presidential Office of Turkey. And she is the head of PPP unit at the office. And actually we are working more than 10 years with Sedef Hanım. And it will be really interesting to listen again to you about Turkish PPP projects and what we did so far. So we have a lot of international participants. And so they are very excited to listen Turkish successful PPP projects, especially in healthcare sector. You know, we have PPP healthcare campuses projects, which are very successful and what we need during these pandemic times. So now the floor is yours. I think you have a presentation and you have more than 30 minutes, please.
Thanks very much, Eyüp Bey. Hello, everybody, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm really pleased to be able to convey my thoughts about the PPP, Turkish PPP experience to you. So I'd like to thank Foreign Economic Relations Board and also Eyüp Bey for giving me the opportunity to exchange my views with you. Now I have a presentation to share with you. Let's go on with that. Yeah. Okay. Well, of course, I will give you the Turkish PPP experience, but first of all, I would like to give a holistic picture before coming to the Turkish PPP experience. As you all know, infrastructure is important for all of us, especially for the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. It is a must to achieve these goals to increase the welfare of people. And before the pandemic, it was estimated that about $2.5 trillion was needed annually to bridge the investment gap of the developing countries. But now, after the pandemic, the focus of the infrastructure investment has shifted a bit, and this amount may have gone up because it's not a very, fresh study. It's a recent study, but not a very fresh one. And now, because of the pandemic, it's much harder to finance this gap. According to the IMF study, which is a very recent study and which is also taking the effects of the COVID-19 into its study, it says that the Central, Eastern and Southeastern countries have to spend about 3 to 8% of their GDPs per year to close their gap to come to the 50% of the EU 15 infrastructure. So this shows us the high amount that the developing countries or the least developed countries have to spend. Why do we need infrastructure? Because we need them to be able to mobilize people, to be able to mobilize goods, especially in low and middle income countries. We have to create high quality infrastructure projects, and it's a key driver of economic and social productivity. We create jobs, we provide higher productivity, we increase trade, and we increase access of goods and people to the services by the infrastructure. Well, IMF says that if we invest widely, especially in this COVID time, we can really get very good yields. It says that about 1% of GDP spent on infrastructure could give an output about half to 3/4 per year in the short run, and it can give to 2 to 2.5% in the long run. Now, this is a sketch of showing, what is the difference between the developed and the developing countries. In the upper side here, you see the developed countries' infrastructure, and in the below side, you see the developing countries' infrastructure. There's a huge difference, there's a huge gap, although it dates back to about 8 years ago, and some figures may have changed. The gap is so big that it has been impossible, I think, that they have come to the same level. So it's like a chicken egg problem. If you develop, you have good infrastructure. If we have good infrastructure, you get developed. But for sure, If you want to be a developed country, you have to have a good infrastructure. This is another sketch of it from the recent study of IMF. As you see, the electricity generation capacity between the EU15 and the Central Eastern and Southeastern countries, which is also including Turkey, and the internet density, the roads and railroads, there's a huge gap. So what has happened after the pandemic about this infrastructure investment? Well, as I said at the beginning, and as IMF is saying, if we do the infrastructure investment rightly, then we can have good, efficient outputs. And what do we need for that? First of all, we need strong governance. It was always important to have strong governance, but now it's much more important because financing is harder. So all the financing markets are looking for safe havens where they can have good and stable gains, benefits for a long term. And strong governance is the first basic rule to get that. And not all the developed or developing countries may have all the institutional or legal setup at the beginning, but all of these countries should have a strong capacity to build the necessary institutional and legal setup and to follow through on the policy reforms. Secondly, environmental, social, and governance benchmarks are getting more important. I talked about the strong governance, and you know about the environmental and social benchmarks have become important in the last decade, especially in the last 2 or 3 years. Well, climate change is one of the biggest problems of the world, and it is still so within the wake of the COVID too. Environmental benchmark, resilience of infrastructure against all kinds of disasters, these are important. And also social benchmarks are becoming more important because we have learned during COVID that people are of utmost importance. It's the people, it's all kinds of services, everything is needed for people, so you have to make people happy. You have to include them in all kinds of decisions, and you have to choose such projects that they will have a good net impact on the people. So all the cost-benefit analysis should include these ESG benchmarks, and at the same time, they should also look at the regional connectivity and whether they are increasing trade or not. It's of course not for all kinds of projects, but for most of the infrastructure, you can also measure that. Why regional connectivity? After COVID-19, we have seen that the supply chains can be harmed very easily globally. So there was a global lockdown, people could not get the necessary material they needed, the factories have stopped down. So the regional connectivity and trade between the regions and trade between the neighboring countries have become much more important. And also the emphasis of the infrastructure has slipped a bit on the soft infrastructure. There's still need for hard infrastructure, but as you all know, health, digital infrastructure, including education, agriculture, and clean water have become much more important and urgent to provide. With the COVID pandemic, most of the people on the world have been pushed to the bottom of the Maslow pyramid once again. So these are the most important ones: food, shelter, health. So everybody has begun to focus on this kind of infrastructure. The cities have become very important locuses for economic activity in the last years. With the pandemic, this increased more because the importance of the local supply chains increased and the self-contained habitats also increased. And mobility, digital infrastructure, again for the cities, smart cities, etc., they all have become very important. And clean energy and power is needed to support them all. On the other side, the dense cities are expected to be more dispersed. This also brings down the question of more housing, better mobility, and better digital infrastructure once again. And on the other hand, it also became apparent that the institutional investors' expectations should be met with the priority projects of the countries, because everything or every gap cannot be bridged by the commercial banks. That is apparent, and the projects should be chosen by the countries much more carefully, such that they are robust projects and they bring long-term stable gains. And are PPP investments risky after the pandemic? Well, the demand has decreased for hard infrastructure, especially at the beginning of the COVID-19, but it's still needed. Without ports, without airports, you cannot provide anything, because logistics has become also very important. Where the e-commerce is developing all over the world, but e-commerce also needs hard infrastructure. The highways, the ports, airports are still needed. Maybe the airports do not allocate too many passengers, but air cargo is still going on, maybe in increased amounts. And ports are very vital nodes for many countries. And without highways, you cannot go from somewhere to anywhere. So they're still needed. And I'm sure you recall the A49 road that has been financially closed and that has been tendered by PPP in Germany. So this shows that in countries with robust regulation, the hard infrastructure is still attractive for private investors. And of course, as I said, soft infrastructure is of more focus for PPPs like health infrastructure and digital infrastructure, etc. What about the effects of pandemic on Turkish investments? Well, beginning with the public investments, for publicly procured investments, a presidential circular was published, and according to that, the abortion of the work by constructor is allowed without paying any penalty, as long as the contractor can prove that is aborting the work because of the effects of the pandemic. On the other hand, tourism revenues decreased sharply, about 75%, it is estimated. The service sector shrank by about 11% in the second half of the year. The air passengers have decreased by 60%. The air cargo has decreased by 45%. And there was a decrease on traffic on PPP toll roads during the total isolation months, but it recovered very fast. What we used very intensively was the use of hospitals, including the PPP hospitals. And what was the reaction of the Turkish government for the effects of pandemic? In 2021 budget that the president has presented to the National Assembly and is still being negotiated in Assembly, the public investments increased by 83% nominally when compared to last year. And about 104 billion Turkish liras was allocated for all kinds of public investments. And another 140 billion Turkish liras was allocated for the municipalities. So what I was saying was cities were becoming locus, and Turkish government have also seen it and allocated more money for the municipalities. And the biggest increase in investments, in public investments, is in agriculture, in education, in transportation, in health, and research and development. And the aim of the 2021 budget is to strengthen the human capital, to provide inclusive growth, to provide sustainable public deficit. And also Turkey has passed to program budget this year, which increases transparency and accountability because it defines the goals and it allocates the money to the investments to reach those goals. So the efficiency and effectiveness in spendings are expected to rise. Specifically on PPPs, what happened? Well, I've shown you the figures about the airports. I've shown you the facts about the PPP toll roads. Many of the BOT projects, the mega BOT projects, enjoyed the demand guarantees on the public side. So the SPVs were not really affected during the lockdown period because they could be compensated through the demand guarantees. The BLT SPVs were also lucky in that they were getting their availability payments, and maybe the operational costs have increased for the SPVs, but most of the service fee is dependent on quantity, so the BLT SPVs were not affected too. But SPVs that are doing the transfer of operating rights, especially in the airports, were really hit by the pandemic. And at this stage, we once again understood the importance of the force majeure clauses and importance of the understanding of partnership. Turkey never looks at the PPPs as short-term gains, but long-term partnerships. So the negotiations between the SPVs and the Turkish government are going within the contract clauses, within the limits of the contract clauses, but with a view of partnership. And also, we also understood, I think all the world understood, the importance of contract management and flexibility of the clauses in case of surprises like COVID-19. And not only in Turkey and in all of the countries, the preparation phase has become more important. We have to choose projects very carefully in terms of their economic, socioeconomic feasibility, their value for money, and also for their gains that they will bring to the private sector. And capacity building is much more important for all countries to be able to choose the resilient, financially, economically, socially, and environmentally sustainable projects. Now I would like to touch a little bit on the project cycle management of Turkey so that I can locate the PPP in here. Like many other countries, Turkey is preparing long-term strategy documents. The utmost of it is the development plan. We had the 11th development plan lastly. And within the light of the goals of the development plan, the medium-term program is prepared, and it is put in monetary terms in medium-term fiscal plan. Then annual program is prepared, which is an action plan of the development plan. And public investment program is the list of the projects, public investment projects, which shows the allocation of money to the projects to achieve the development plan goals. Now, what does the 11th development plan say about the PPPs? It says that the PPPs should be coherent with macroeconomic policies, and it should be used where there is value for money. The scattered PPP legislation will be regulated to provide more flexibility. The preparation, implementation, monitoring, evaluation processes of the PPPs will be standardized such that the institutional capacity will be increased. Then, very recently, we had the 2021 annual program. It was signed by our president by 26 October. It is very recent, really. As I said, it's a policy document that sets the yearly action plans of the development plan. And it was prepared by Presidency of Strategy and Budget in coordination with Ministry of Treasury and Finance and all the other line ministries and institutions. And according to this program, it is aimed at the feasibility study preparation guidelines for PPPs will be finalized. The value for money analysis model and their guidelines will be finalized on each sector basis. Also, contract standardization and contract management guidelines will be prepared. In fact, we have the feasibility study preparation guidelines for a very long time for public investment projects, but PPPs, are different in some terms, so we're trying to give this flavor to the public investment guideline. And the PPP projects have to be submitted by all institutions to the ministries. First, the minister that is responsible for that institution should approve the project. And then it comes to the presidency. And Presidency of Strategy and Budget and Ministry of Treasury and Finance assess the feasibility studies together, whether they are really coherent with the strategic priorities of the country, whether they are technically, legally, socially, economically, and financially feasible, and whether they bring value for money. Once the president approves the project, all the authority lies with the line ministry. All kind of tendering and all contract management authority lies with the line ministry. Now, how is the PPPs in Turkey? Turkey ranks as one of the top countries using PPPs, both among the European countries and the developed countries. Here you see it in the Europe. It is the third by number. By investment value, it's ranking the first. And among the developing countries, it's ranking the fourth in terms of contract value. Where can you find the information about Turkish PPPs? You can find it in the website of the Presidency of Strategy Budget. When you come under the indicators and statistics, you will see the developments about the PPPs. And when you come to that link, you can reach to the statistical data on PPPs, you can reach to the PPP legislation, and you can reach the publications about the PPPs. Now, PPP legislation, there are links to the related legislation. There are also the books that accumulate all PPP legislation together. The last one we have issued was in 2015. And you can see the PPP legislation all together in these books. Now, let me summarize the PPP legislation for you in Turkey. We are using 4 main models, which are build, operate, transfer, build, operate, build, lease, transfer, and transfer of operating rights. As you see, build, operate, transfer, and transfer of operating rights are umbrella legislation. They cover almost all kinds of sectors. Build, operate, we do not use much anymore because after the liberalization of the energy market. And build, lease, transfer is mainly used for the hospitals. Now also you can see the statistical data about PPPs of Turkey, the number of projects, the contract values, the investment costs by year, sector, and model from the website. And for the moment, there are 252 projects of Turkey PPPs since 1986, and they have a total contract value of 156 billion US dollars. And most of the projects are done by build, operate, transfer, or transfer of operating rights. And the investment value of the PPPs are about 78 billion US dollars. And also every year Strategy and Budget is gathering the developments about PPPs, both worldwide and Turkey. And you can see what kind of PPP legislation has been updated. You can have the project-specific information about PPPs in Turkey and the policy suggestions for Turkish PPPs and also the Turkish PPPs policies in this annual PPP report that is issued every year. Now, when we look at the projects that Turkey has achieved, until now, 9 motorway tunnel projects contracts have been signed. The total length is about 1,371 kilometers, and their total investment cost is about 22.8 billion US dollars. 8 of these 9 projects will be operational by the end of 2020, and the total length of the motorways and also the tunnel will be 1,270 kilometers. The total cost will be about 20 billion US dollars. 2 motorway projects are in contracting stage. and their total length is about 208 kilometers, and their estimated total investment cost is about 2.5 billion US dollars. And here you see the list of the projects that are in operation or to be in operation very soon, and also the ones that are in the contracting stage. And this is the map of the current motorway network. The red ones are the motorways that you see that have been done by public investment. The green ones are the ones that have been done by PPPs. And this one is again done by PPP, but still in the construction phase. When we come to the airport projects, the first phase of Istanbul Airport, the largest PPP for Turkey, is in implementation since 29 October 2018, and it has a capacity of 90 million passengers. In Turkey, 12 airports have been realized by PPP, and in total 84% of the passengers are handled through these PPP airports. Some of these airports have been built, operated, transferred back to the government, and tendered again. And the total investment cost of them is about 19 billion US dollars. When we come to the health projects, we see that 18 projects contracts have been signed. Their total capacity is about 27,000 beds, and their total investment cost is about 11 billion US dollars. For the moment, 12 of them are in operation, and their total capacity is about 17,000 beds, and their total investment cost is 7 billion US dollars. Generally, the construction period is for 2 and 3 years, and the operation is about 25 years at maximum. Now, at the end of 2020, we're expecting another PPP hospital to be in operation, and in 2021, 3 more hospitals will be in operation. And these PPP projects have been very useful in the pandemic period, in that their beds could be converted to intensive care, and they are qualified beds. So I think we have made use of the PPP hospitals to its last extent during the COVID period. And what kind of PPPs do we have in the pipeline for the moment? We have the port projects, 2 port projects at the moment, the Filios port in the Black Sea region and Chandarlı port in the Aegean region. And as I said, ports are very important nodes of the countries, and Turkey is a sea country. It's an island, kind of island, so it needs these port projects for a very long time. It has been planning these projects. Also, as I said, the cities are becoming the locus of economy, so urban infrastructure is gaining more importance. If the study on the draft article to be included in the BOT legislation passes through the National Assembly, I think there will be a real leap in the PPPs in urban infrastructure. And also there are again the motorways in the medium term plan of the PPPs in Turkey. This is all I'm going to tell you. If you have questions, I'll be happy to answer all of them. Thanks very much.
Sedef Hanım, thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. Some of our participants asking about if this presentation will be available for distribution.
Yes, I will send it to you, Eyüp Bey, so that you can distribute to our participants.
So we can distribute, okay. And there is one question about Turkish PPP healthcare projects during the pandemic. I know there are some hospital projects still ongoing on the construction phases.
Yes.
So what will happen during the lockdown, because we have more than 3 months lockdowns, and the employees of this SPV during the construction phase couldn't go to the construction area. So there should be an extension time, or how government will handle this issue with the private party.
Well, as I said, the Turkish government is looking at the PPPs as a long-term partnership. So if there is really any problem, then the extension will be given within the limits of the contracts, as long as the contracts will let it. But as far as I know, there hasn't been a real problem with the hospitals that are in the construction at the moment. There were problems before the COVID-19, but those problems are not related directly with the COVID-19. So things are going fine, and the hospitals seem to be on time without any problem.
Very good. And is there any progress or development during the operational phase of those hospitals? Would you like to share something about, because I know the capacity of those hospitals increased a lot during pandemic. So, I mean, they converted to the pandemic hospital, and so coronavirus hospital as from the government side. So those increasing of, using materials, medical equipment. So how governments react to the private partners for the operational phases?
Well, in fact, I think it won't be very true if I answer this question, because it's the mandate of the Ministry of Health. But as far as I know, not all the services, but most of the services are quantity-based. So they will be compensated this way or that way. I mean, the increasing cost because of the equipment and etc. will be compensated by the government through the fees that are paid. But of course, it's much better for Ministry of Health to answer these kind of questions.
Thank you. And one question, and we will complete the session because we have time ended. So there is a question. Can you elaborate on soft PPP potential for clean water PPP project? Is there any opportunity to develop new PPP projects on the water sector in Turkey? This is one question. And the second one is coming from Azerbaijan, our Azerbaijan colleague, the director of PPP unit in Azerbaijan. How fiscal exposure for government for PPP projects is managed in Turkey? He asked. Those two questions, and then we will end up the session.
Okay, thank you. Well, in Turkey, there is not a real gap about the clean water. So I don't think that there will be too many potential for creating for clean water PPP projects, but rather the wastewater PPP projects will be more in focus in Turkey. When we come to the budgetary burden or the fiscal exposure, well, while doing all these, about assessing all these feasibility studies of the PPP projects, we are foreseeing what kind of scenarios can happen in the best scenario, in the basic scenario, in the optimistic scenario. So Turkey was prepared for such kind of exposure from these projects, because in any kind of force majeure phase, you know that especially the user paid projects will be affected. So they were not a surprise for the Turkish government, and it didn't really affect too much our planning about the budgetary burdens. It was the budget was allocated beforehand, and it was calculated beforehand, and in 2021 budget, the necessary allocation was made accordingly.
Okay. And the second question is the fiscal exposure, right?
Yeah, I answered that too, with the budgetary burden.
Okay. Thank you, Stefano, for great presentation, and I am waiting for your presentation to distribute to the participants.
Sure. I hope you will give me some time for that.
And no problem. We
Okay.
have 1 week. With 1 week, after the week, it will be available on the website, and we will distribute it.
Okay. Thanks very much
for your participation.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
And PPP Development Center, or PPP units, as it's internationally introduced, has recently been established at our agency under the Ministry of Economy and needs to be further strengthened to lead the process. I'll come back to that issue later on. So what we have been able, the last period, with our international development partners, so the new PPP law drafted and submitted to the governments. And that's the new PPP law. It will cover all the modalities of the PPP framework rather than just the BOT. The government of Azerbaijan is keen to do PPP projects and needs to strategize, well, given the size of the economy and the current state of infrastructure and readiness of the financial sector. For your information, annual budget of the public infrastructure program is around 4 billion USD. So there are money consideration in the PPP program and projects. It's not because of the lack of public financing as main reason of PPP in many countries. They have to be effectively institutionalized. And the Ministry of Finance also plays important role in managing, specifically managing the fiscal risks arising from the sovereign guarantees for the time being to the BOT projects. And the government has established safeguard funds to use these funds if a guarantee is called upon. Alongside with the upcoming new PPP legislation, certainly that will be a necessity to prepare the new fiscal risk management guidelines that will also cover all type of these PPP modalities. The PPP Development Center, what we see is it has to be institutionally strengthened to drive the process, as well as project development facility that we are expecting to establish soon, that will be operationalized in close cooperation with IFIs. In this content, we are cooperating closely, specifically with Asian Development Bank, and also trying to learn from the best experience about the project development facility, which will also give another impetus for development of the new PPP possible project concepts and project pipeline. So the PPP Development Center recently became a member of the World Association PPP unit professionals, and using the opportunity, I understood that there is also some members of the WAP is attending this forum, so our greetings. And now we are also going to sign agreement with Istanbul PPP Center of Excellence, and soon sharing the best experiences and also to ensure effective networking with the We also working on the in line of the unified to establish unified information portal, and that will have access to global source platform. This will also ensure public awareness, project communication efforts, as well as easy access to international investors and foreign business people. So PPP Certification Center is expected to be introduced soon to ensure sustainable capacity building, especially for potential beneficiaries, line ministries. As we mentioned, that's one of the gap what we see from the process is a low level of the capacity, specifically of the line ministries, to develop bankable projects in line with the PPP. We also do consider the local private sector readiness, and possibly also maybe in some kind of the subcontracting from the SME engagement. That also will give additional, perhaps we are thinking that that could also give additional support to the local businesses and also for them to learn from this PPP process. PPP project pipeline for Azerbaijan is at its early stage. At some projects are at the pre-feasibility stage, like in social infrastructure. You will see the list of some projects later on. And in others are at the concept development phase. So in generally what we can consider that the PPP in our country is at the early stage, specifically from the project pipeline, let's say, side. But before adopting the BOT even legislation, the country has implemented few projects that can be considered as a PPP. For example, construction and operation of waste to energy plants that has been awarded to group, the company group is named there, to design, construct, and operate on the 20 years concession. We are working quite intensively with international financing institutions. For example, the ADB now is advising to governments to implement student dormitory projects under existing BOT legislation. EBRD is assisting on purchasing power agreements to develop potential PPP projects on renewable energy sector. IFC is advising on potential social housing, affordable housing PPP projects, and etc. So I mean, with international financing institution, the government is working quite intensively and has a good record. This is the list of potential priority sectors. And this is perhaps my final slide that I wanted to share with you. Mainly short information on potential sector and projects on PPP. You could see, for example, in education side, what we have, the list is the university dormitories. That is in 2 universities. And so perhaps, yes. And also there is 2 more projects in the education side, but as it's in a very early stage, we have not listed yet here. But in the university dormitories, pre-feasibility has been done. And in fact, we have a small information about this university dormitory project. This is mainly construction of the student dormitories for 2 universities, Baku State University, it's around 2,000 beds, and Azerbaijan State Oil and Industry University, around 1,000 beds. Those are pilot projects. So we expect private sector will be involved in designing, financing, operating, and maintaining the dormitories. So Azerbaijan State Oil Industry and Industry University project has gone through pre-feasibility stage and is currently in the tender preparation process. An estimated project cost is around 10 million, and the bidding process will be started shortly to select investor and then to establish SPV to implement these projects. For other projects, we are working, and mainly this is on renewable energy side. This is it's on concept development phase, mainly on construction of the regional wind farms, construction of the regional solar power stations. And in solid waste management, we are also, the government is thinking to introduce a PPP specifically on development of the transfer stations, sanitary landfills, and sorting activity in secondary cities. In healthcare, the government has done a big reform process, institutional reform process. And so therefore, there's 2 projects that still on the, let's say, waiting list of the Ministry of Health. They are potentially be considered for PPP, reconstruction of the regional hospitals and development of the national network of family health. Perhaps the Turkey experience might be also quite relevant here. And also the transport, we could see construction of grain terminal at Baku International Sea Trade Port. And in fact, pre-feasibility is ready. And so as you could see, the projects differs from each other. In some cases, feasibility, pre-feasibility is ready. In some cases, it's just in the concept development phase. So, this list is changing quite fast, and we are quite flexible. And new sectors are being added depending on government policy and priority, as well as interest both from businesses like FDIs and international development partners. So this is mainly what I wanted to present regarding to Azerbaijan, and trying to save some time. If there will be any question and answer session, we will be happy to more than answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mehman, for your valuable contributions and insights. I found it very interesting to see that you've mentioned actually the value for money calculation, given that Azerbaijan is still at a very early stage of applying the PPP framework. Can you clarify, like, how is the value for money consideration even being considered within the government, and at what stage is that? It's usually developed markets are more experienced in using the value for money calculation. At what stage is that in Azerbaijan? Like, is that already being used, just considered, or are the MDBs helping you to look at it and look at how to do the value for money calculations?
Thank you very much for the question. Of course, you understand, we do understand that the valid, so this approach is important. But in Azerbaijan, as I mentioned, we are at the beginning stage of this long process, and the government is to consider this one. As I mentioned in my presentation, the case for Azerbaijan is not the same mainly as what we see is that PPP could be useful, especially if there is some shortage of the government funding. But in Azerbaijan, so the value for money issue is important, specifically as for us, the shortage is not the main, the reason to apply for a PPP. In Azerbaijan, it's in the beginning stage of this value for money consideration. And so no guideline has been developed yet in this case. I can give you some, for example, the case for the time being, we are working with EBRD, specifically in one of the secondary cities to, let's say, provision of the environmental friendly street light projects. And the government then is intending to implement the PPP, but the question is how this, the value for money to be considered. In this case, what we do is that we implement the due diligence. And through the implementation of the due diligence, reputable consulting companies, they are making all the calculation, providing the advice to the government, whether to what extent these PPP projects, whether this is the good for this PPP project or not. But from the financing partner side, maybe for them it might be not so, let's say, attractive, because PPP, you know, that it takes a long time. And that's why for the fund providing the sources, they are looking perhaps as short as possible funding, let's say, the schemes. So therefore, the way that the government for the time being is going through is that through the due diligence and through attracting reputable international consulting companies to help us.
Thank you, Mehman. So another question that comes up to my mind is market sounding and how the engagement with the private sector is being treated within Azerbaijan. Would you talk to the private sector and do market sounding early enough? And where do you see the interest coming from? From which countries? Is it Korean companies? Is it Turkish companies? Is it more Russian companies? And I could see that the educational sector, the university dormitories and school type of PPPs are the lower lying fruits that are easier to implement, and that's a good start. It would be interesting to hear who are the investors that are more interested and that knock on the government's door for more information.
Yeah, thank you very much. In this case, the government pursue two ways. The one way is that specifically if you talk about student dorm projects, mainly the government is making the open international tender bidding. So no limitation for any side. But at the same time, we are still working on developing of the website that with the connection to the source. And also we do have links with global infrastructure the framework that I do understand that Müjde, somehow you are also connected to this network. But for the time being is that the government tried to make it as open as possible. But at the same time, for example, when we speak about the street lighting projects, the government asks about some reputable companies that from the beginning for us. So we are making, let's say, market analysis, research, and we are looking at the best projects that has been done globally in this direction, and we provide the Ministry of Economy with our proposal. Of course, they are not limiting only with our proposals. So therefore, but in this case, this is quite the relevance, is that, both PPP units and the Ministry of Economy to have connection to a global investors network, which is essential. But for the time being, no, we have not built yet. We are working on that direction.
Thank you. Thank you. I have one more question from the audience. What is the total value of the PPP pipeline, and what are the largest projects in USD terms currently under development? So probably the person who is asking the question is looking for the answer of whether you have some mega projects coming up, and what is the US dollar value currently under development?
Well, actually, the current, as I mentioned, that for the time being, we are talking about project by project. The student dormitory project, there is two projects there. One is nearly 10 million is estimated. Another one is around 30 million USD estimated. But for the time being, the Azerbaijani case, there is no such big PPP projects yet. So we are just in the development phase. And also, perhaps there might be interesting information to the audience. Perhaps that is also, you may be aware that it's nearly a bit more than a month. My country has started the counter-military operation in Nagorno-Karabakh, and it's 7 adjacent districts. Why I am saying so? Because, of course, this discussion is the economy, and we have to stick our discussions. Is that this is mainly around 20% of our territory. And after liberation of these territories, it's coming, we are expecting to have a very big infrastructure program projects, and possibly with the PPP modalities as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mehman. I think we'll have to round up with your presentation. Thanks a lot for your answers and your presentation. We will continue now with Albania. Dr. Eyüp, is there anything that you would like to add?
No, thank you very much. Thank you, Mehman Bey, for the presentation. Hope to work together in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brother Eyüp, and thank you a lot for your giving this opportunity for us to provide making our country presentation. I wish you and your team all the best, and hope this Istanbul PPP Center of Excellence will continue with its, let's say, forward going, and also helping us to get the more benefit and learning from each other. Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mehman.
So my name is Loredana Suleimani. I'm a concession PPP specialist. Along with the chairwoman of the concession PPP unit, I'm going to make the presentation of Albania. The presentation is divided into five main sections. Firstly, I'm going to talk about some of Albanian geo-economic aspects, Secondly, we are going to take a quick look at the legal framework of concession and PPPs in Albania. Thirdly, we will share some statistics from our long experience with PPP, and then Ms. Beşira is going to discuss the ongoing project in infrastructure as well as the case study. So let's begin. For those not familiar with our country, Albania is a small Western Balkan country in southeastern Europe, bordering the Adriatic and Ionian Sea to the west, between Greece to the south, Macedonia east, Montenegro north, and Kosovo northeast. Albania was granted the status of EU candidate in 2014, and in March 2020, the European Council endorsed the recommendation of the European Commission to open accession talks with Albania. Albania is classified as an upper middle income country with a gross domestic product per capita of $5,288 and a population of 2.9 million people. The Albanian population is the second youngest in Europe. Almost half of the population is below the median age of 35 years. The climate is typically Mediterranean with mild, wet winters and warm, sunny summers. Albania has up to 300 sunshine days per year. Road-based transportation is predominant in Albania, and the majority of investments in the transport sector over the past decade went into improving the road network. About airports, Tirana International Airport is located in the heart of Albania, very closely to Albania's core industrial areas. While Kuksi Airport is the second civil airport in Albania, the main destination is to attract low-cost airline companies. While the third airport, Vlora International Airport, is expected to start building in 2021 through a concession procedure. The maritime transport is based on 4 seaports, with the leading one, Durrës, accounting for a dominant part of international shipborne traffic. Next, we are going to talk about Albania's most attractive sectors for foreign and domestic investors. First, energy. Thanks to the favorable geographic position in the Mediterranean Sea basin, Albania has significant potential of renewable energy sources such as water, wind, sun, and biomass and geothermal. Albania has a big hydroenergetic potential, and only 35% of it is being used so far. In the territory of our country, there is a considerable potential of solar energy, where many of its areas are exposed to radiation. The solar power potential in Albania is estimated at 1,500 kilowatt per hour per year. There has been an increased interest for investing in small photovoltaic plants with a capacity of up to 2 megawatt. In 2018, Albania has procured the construction of the biggest plant in the region with a capacity of more than 50 megawatt. Albania has also unexploited wind power potential, especially along the Adriatic coast. The overall potential of aeolic energy is estimated to be more than 2,000 megawatt. About tourism, Albania is recognized as a tourism destination at the Mediterranean coast and has a competitive position in the international tourism market. Travel and tourism is selected as an important sector with great relevance to the Albania economy and to employment, as well as for its positive growth forecast. Agriculture remains one of the sectors with the greatest potential for development in Albania. This sector provides about 20% of GDP. The main objectives for Albania in agriculture are the improvement of irrigation and drainage systems, the improvement of the food safety chain. The Albanian government aims to transfer the brand made in Albania into a certified and trusted brand in the international market. Albania has a strong and vibrant manufacturing sector as well, which is driven by highly successful enterprises in the textile, footwear, and mining industry. So let's go on to the top reasons to invest in Albania. First one, liberal investment climate. Albania applies a liberal foreign investment regime with the goal of increasing foreign direct investments. Albania is committed to developing a stable and predictable business climate. Second, competitive labor cost. Albania has the most competitive wage rates in the region and a highly productive workforce, young and well-educated population as well. in Albania are competitive tax rates, initiatives for strategic investments, large-scale investments, and regional investments. Optimal geographic location. Optimal geographic location, as mentioned before, Albania has a strategic location in the Western Balkans at the crossroads of Europe's major transit corridors, giving you access to the world's biggest trade, connection to European market through various ports in the Adriatic and Ionian Sea. Also, Albania has strong growth potential and free access to large markets. Albania has signed several free trade agreements with key markets, European Union, Turkey, CEFTA, EFTA countries, offering custom-free access to a large consumer market. Macroeconomic stability in Albania is characterized by stable prices, low inflation rates, and solid exchange rates. We are going to move and talk about the legal framework on concession and PPPs in the Republic of Albania, which is mainly based on the specific law on concession and PPP, public-private partnership as amended. First, PPP law is partially aligned with the directive of the European Parliament and of the Council of 26 February 2014 on the award of concession contracts. The general principles of the law are transparency, non-discrimination, proportionality, efficiency, and equal treatment. About the definition of PPP work concession in our law, it means an agreement of pecuniary interest which is concluded in writing between the contracting authority and one or more economic operators. Also, the law has a diversity on scope of implementation, and for further fiscal consolidation, the last changes in the PPP's law require the control and approval of all the projects by Ministry of Finance. Also, in order to respond to the infrastructure challenges in an innovative and more efficient manner, unsolicited proposals are allowed in ports, airports, and energy sector. About the institutional framework of concession PPPs in Albania, aside from contracting authorities, the legislation also includes other public bodies which, because of their field of activities, have responsibilities related to concession and PPP process. The first one is the Council of Ministers, is the competent body for the approval of necessary sub-legal acts for the implementation of the PPP law. Second, Ministry of Finance has specific competencies related to concession and PPPs, in particular with regards to the financial aspects of contracts and their impact on the budget. Hence, the Ministry of Finances is involved in the concession PPP project evaluation process, and its approval is requested. The Public Procurement Agency has also specific competencies during the performance of competitive bid procedures in compliance with competencies granted to this agency by the public procurement legislation. Also, the Public Procurement Commission is a body tasked with reviewing claims filed against procedures. Last but not least is the Agency for the Treatment of Concession and PPPs, ATRACO, which is a special body established in 2007 under the competency of the Ministry of Economy, which aims at assisting contracting authorities during procedures for the granting of concession and PPPs, mainly regarding the assessment of projects, the preparation of tender documents, the negotiation of contracts, and monitoring their execution. ATRACO assists contracting authorities, in particular, with regard to the completion of the following action: drafting of the feasibility study, drafting of pre-bidding and bidding documents and of the evaluation criteria, assessment of proposals, both solicited and unsolicited projects, and the identification of the best bidder, negotiation and signing of the concession contract, monitoring of concession contract as well. And to end with the legal framework, we are going to give a generic overview of the procedure. The entire administrative procedure implemented in concession and PPP cases is divided into several stages to which concrete actions are applied. The process starts with the identification stage of a project, which commences following a concrete proposal. Proposals may be submitted by the contracting authorities itself or other public bodies or investigators as unsolicited proposals with the possibility for the realization of a project. Further on, there is the evaluation stage of the proposed project. For the project evaluation, contracting authority appoints a commission of experts in order to guarantee high professional standard of the commission during the procedure of the assessment and granting. The contracting authority must involve and cooperate closely with ATRACO, which is the specialized body for the treatment of concession and PPPs. The commission evaluates initially the project and drafts a summary report. If contracting authorities evaluate positively the project, it is continued with the feasibility study. The Commission drafts the feasibility study that provides details on the implementation of a project. Then the project must be approved by the Ministry of Finances. In cases where there is a positive evaluation of the project's feasibility, the process is followed by the procedure of awarding the concession PPP, including several procedure stages that commence with the performance of competitive procedures through a public tender and the evaluation of bids submitted by private entities. In cases of successful completion of competitive procedures, it is proceeded with the stipulation of the concession or PPP contract. The procedure does not end with the execution of the contract, but includes a very important phase, the management stage of the contract, whereby the effective implementation of the contract is monitored until the successful implementation of the project. Here in the graphic, we see contracts per sector, where the infrastructure in energy and transport dominate the market. Recently implemented infrastructure projects are shown in this slide right here. Mainly the focus has been in building and improving the road network, as will be shown more by Ms. Beshirai.
Loredana?
Yes?
We can't hear you. Oh, okay, we can hear you now. Are you finished or you still have this slide going on?
Yes, I finished the presentation, my part of the presentation. Now Ms. Beshirai is going to talk about the ongoing project on infrastructure and a case study. Can we wait for her a little bit?
Yes, we have in the meantime a question. Could you see it in the chat? Is ATRACO the PPP unit of Albania? If no, what is the relation of ATRACO and PPP units of Albania?
ATRACO is basically the PPP unit in Albania. It's a specialized body in the treatment of the concession and PPPs.
Okay. It's interesting to see that in your slides where you talked about the advantages and why investors should invest in Albania, that you didn't mention the actual location, it's Europe. And then in the following slides, you could see that you're trying to align to the European to the European legislation, and that would be very relevant for the investors. So one of the first filters for looking for investors for investments is the regulatory framework and the legal framework. So it's definitely an advantage that you're part of the European continent.
Yes, yes, that's true. Since the Albania has opened the accession talks to further aderate in the EU, it's it's very important that her legal framework is aligned with the directives of European Parliament. So we have made changes in the law of concession and PPPs to further align with the EU directive.
Great. So it's interesting to see that you have the big projects as well being realized and implemented recently. So we could see the comparison with Azerbaijan, where you have the smaller projects, and with you guys, you have the transport sector coming up as well. So we have another question again coming up. Is there currently any plans for developing photovoltaic solar parks on the PPP in Albania?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Is there currently any plans for developing photovoltaic solar parks on the PPP framework in Albania?
Oh yes, there currently are, as I mentioned before in my presentation. In 2018, it was procured the construction of the biggest plant in the region with a capacity more than 50 megawatt, while the power potential in Albania is estimated at 1,500 kilowatt hour per meter square per year. So also Albania has made improvements in the energetic legal framework, so that would be possible.
So I think we have Rovena as next. Can we please give access to Rovena?
Yes.
Yes. And she would like to present next. I would like to ask the Foreign Economic Council technical support just to give access to Rovena from Albania for the next presentation. Bear with us, they're working on it. Bear with us, we've just been in touch with them. Rovena, can you try to share your presentation now?
Müjde, can I ask a question, please?
Yes, Mehman, go for it.
Thank you very much. It was a really very interesting presentation, liked it. The question, actually, the first question came from my side, is that this Altraco, Altraco is not PPP unit, right? But at the same time, it's connected to the government, is developing feasibilities and making pre-bid documents, etc. Am I right? Because PPP yes. in Albania is different, right?
Yes.
And all this Altraco and this PPP unit is under Minister of Economy, right?
Yes.
I understand. That would be interesting if you can later on share with us the link between the PPP unit. What is the mandate of the PPP units and how this Altraco is connected to the PPP units? If later on you can share with us some information by email, we will be more than happy also to learn from the Albanian experience. My last question is, Müjde, is really the last what I've seen, it's infrastructure, list of the infrastructure projects. In fact, in Azerbaijan, we have annually, as I mentioned, it's around 4 billion USD. It's infrastructure projects. So this list that you've shown in the last presentation, is it PPP or it's a public investment program?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The list of the last slide.
Yes.
Is it a PPP project or it's a public investment?
They are only the PPP's project.
So list
in
is
transport. Yes.
Thank you.
Mehman, again, the definition of PPP in different countries could be very different. That's what it is. Some countries, privatization and concession almost is being is synonymous to PPP. So again, you need to look at how they define PPPs and whether that's similar to what you would define in your country as PPPs. What would be defined as PPP in the UK and Australia would not be similar to other countries as well. So that's another one that you could look at. Do we have any other questions? Should we give the floor to Rovena? By the way, I wanted to ask you, would you want to have the presentations publicly available? Because it's pipeline presentation and it would be useful and interesting for investors to have it online probably as well. If you don't mind, later on we can share it with the public on the website as well.
No problem from our side. Even I would suggest that recording all these sessions to be available publicly.
Yes, that would be the case. Rovena, are you online?
Yes, hello everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, we have a little problem with the internet in office and that's why we need a little bit more time. Loredana should continue with sharing the presentation because I don't have the possibility with my computer. And of course, our presentation can be available for everything, and we can share also other information if other participants are interested too. We are very kind to share everything with you. And according to what Loredana explained a little bit earlier about the last question, there is a difference between a PPP unit, Atraco, and maybe the PPP director inside Ministry of Finance, because Atraco as agency supports all the contracting authority for all the preparation of the PPP project from the beginning, from the identification of the project, the preparation of feasibility study, the tender procedure till the end, the negotiation of the contract. But also we have other institutions that are have a role in this process. So one of them is the Ministry of Finance that has a specific director inside the Ministry of Finance, which gives approval for the project after the contracting authority with Atraco prepare them. So at the end of the preparation, Ministry of Finance gives the approval before the tender procedure, taking into consideration the budget implication of the project and the financial implication of the project. So that is different that institution that we are inside the Ministry of Finance, but we have different role one with other. This is something that I want to explain before starting the second part of the presentation. The second part of the presentation, it is going to be focused on the project pipeline. As Loredana mentioned, we have some project in pipeline, but at the beginning of 2020 was a very difficult year for everybody, but for Albania, it is, we came from the last of 2019, that is a very difficult year too, because we have, at the last month of 2019, we had some earthquake, and we have a lot of people that are still now homeless. So we have some prioritization in investment during the reconstruction of the home and everything collected with earthquake. So at the beginning of 2020, we have to review and all the PPP projects that we have in pipeline. Then with the COVID situation, everything changed, and we have also to reprioritize the project. We have a few projects in service, such as healthcare or schools, but now we are preparing only one, that is the biggest project that we have in infrastructure, that is the Milot-Fier highway. We are going to present you some characteristics of this road. This is design, build, operating, and maintenance road, kind of road. The amount of the investment of this road is 1.2 billion euros. This is the biggest project that we are going on infrastructure. is 115 kilometers, and the duration of the contract is 35 years, and it is all based in toll based, and toll rate is 0.075 euro per kilometer, and for the whole road it is amount 70 euro for the whole 115 kilometers. This is the biggest project in infrastructure that we have. We can say that other project that we started at the 2020, it was the airport of Lora, as Lori mentioned at the beginning of the presentation. But we have some delays in this kind of project, and we are now focusing only in this big infrastructure project. We are now the tender procedure of the project. We can say that from the request from different investors, we delay the opening of the procedures. It is to now provide to be open at the middle of November. And we have to see if we are going to have any bidders and how it is going, because it's a very difficult period, as we know, for investors to invest in such big projects. And to the other side, to prepare all the documentation and their offers for this bid, it's a difficult period, and they ask for time. And so we have postponed, we have delayed the opening of the tender procedure at 15th of November, and we are waiting to see how this procedure is going on. But this is the biggest project in infrastructure that we have, and we are dealing with this project by now. Then to go to the project that we have already in place, we have as a case study, we want to present Milot Marina Highway. Milot Marina Highway is rehabilitation, operation, maintenance, and transfer road. It was signed, the contract in 2017, and now it is in operating and rehabilitation phase. From 2018, we have this road operating now, and the amount of the value of the road is 41 million. It is 115 kilometers. It is provided, the contract duration of the contract is provided with 30 years. And the total rate for the 150 kilometers is provided for 5 years. But in this contract, differently from the other one that is in the tender procedure now, in this contract, we have also minimum guarantee, traffic guarantee that is provided by the government. And as we can see in the other slide, during this this contract, we have some risk sharing that is basically of the PPP project. So we have the construction risk allocated to the concessionaire, the private part. The demand risk is shared because we have here a minimum guarantee, and we are going to see how it is in fact implementing during the operating period in 2018 and 19. And force majeure is shared because some of the elements of the force majeure are covered by insurance by the concessionaire. Financial risk is shared because we have, as we mentioned, this road is not only toll-based, but it is also with the minimum guarantee from the government. We have also the performance and operation risk that is shared, and as you see, financial rebalancing that is connected to the concessionaire. These are the main risk of this contract, and the allocation for each of them according to the contract that was signed in 2017. What happens during the operation? First of all, at the starting of this contract in 2017, we have some delays because the citizens near the road, they protested because they don't agree with the total amount of the payment of the toll. And that's why the road started a little bit later, and not in 2017, but to the end of 2017. But to the next slide, we are going to share with you some data regarding the operation of this contract. We have, Lori, to the next slide, we have the investment. The first graphic represents the investment of the contract. The investment was provided by the contract to be developed in 4 years. And till now, we have 70% of all the total amount of investment that is in place. And we have still 40% that is planned to be developed the next year. That should be the last year of the construction period. The construction period, so we have period that is past and 5% of the construction period. The construction duration, the contract duration, the contract duration is 35 years, as we mentioned at the beginning, and we have only 8% of the period that have passed. And according to these characteristics, the amount of the revenues, to the next slide, Lori, we have, to the next slide, we have the amount of the revenues shared from 2018 that this contract is in place and is operating. Till now, at the beginning, 2018, as I mentioned, we have some problems with citizens that are nearby the road that protested regarding the amount of the toll. And that's why the road started a little bit later, and the amount of the revenue that was planned is different with the amount of the revenue that in fact were in place. But in 2019, we see that we have an amount of revenue that came from the traffic that is higher than the amount that was planned. And in this case, we have the sharing profit from between the public and the private sector. The sharing formula was 16 from the public party, so Ministry of Infrastructure and Energy, and 40% for the concessionaire. The starting of 2020 was a good one, and it should be in the same line as 2019, but with the COVID situation and the reduce of the traffic of the road, we see that till now we have traffic that is under the planning traffic for the whole year. So during this year, but we are going to see it at the end of the year, maybe the government have to support the concessionaire, giving the different of the minimum guarantees, so different of the revenues that they couldn't provide with the traffic. And this is the project that we wanted to share with you, infrastructure project that we have in place and we wanted to share with you. This is one big project that we have in the infrastructure, Milot Marina. And we wanted to present some general lessons learned that came with COVID that are, I think, I see also the previous presentation from different panelists and different countries, and I think we have the same ideas. Selection project that during the COVID situation, we have to pay more attention to the selection project. So the selection project that best fit with the PPP model is the key of success. So as we mentioned before, not every kind of project should be delivered as a PPP, and we have to prioritization of the project and to the needs of the government, taking into consideration the new pandemic situation and taking into consideration in the Albanian case also of all the challenges that came from the earthquake and all the challenges that came also through the pandemic and the COVID situation. Public sector procurement and negotiation capabilities need to be strong. This is an element that we face during the negotiation, because sometimes we face that the private part is more prepared during the negotiation, because they have a lot of legal support, and the government sometimes has lack of capacity during these procedures. PPPs works best when the procurement process is transparent and competitiveness. As Lori mentioned, we tried to do our best in last amendments also of the PPP framework, taking into consideration to make the procedure more transparent and more competitiveness. So, as Lori mentioned, we as a country we have one of the way to identify the project in concession and PPPs as a solicited proposal, and we have some problem in our previous legislation regarding that solicited proposal, because we give some bonus points to the private sector, to the private operator who prepared a solicited proposal, and so now with the new amendments we remove this bonus point, in a way that the tender procedure to be more competitive and to be more equal for each participant. The policy focus for PPP promoters should always be on value for money. This is mentioned also before from Azerbaijan when they did the presentation. Value for money is the most important analysis that we have to do before the decision that the project should be PPP or public procurement, additional public procurement. Procuring agencies should not lose sight of long-term affordability, both to government and to users when considering PPP programs. And PPPs do not work in every sector, and bankability of the PPP project. All these things make us re-designing all the projects that we have in pipeline. And to the end, the last slide, Lori, because we are out of time, we have also, in the last slide, we have made the presentation of the plan and effect of the budget payment for all these PPP and concession contracts. The green one is the line that was planned for all the payment that came from PPP and concession contract in Albania. And under COVID situation and everything during 2020, we have different reallocation of the budget, and this is the red graphic represents the effect of the budget that we planned for 2020. We are also, as Ministry of Finance, replanning the budget for 2021 in this period, and going to be very careful with PPP and concession contracts, and also with new projects that we are preparing. Maybe we should go to the question, because I think I'm 10 minutes out of time, and it will be better to use the last time.
We have two questions that have accumulated, and to be honest, we have left with 5 minutes for Albania. We need to give the floor to Artyom Golovkin as well from Russia. So first question is, what is the level of government support for the PPPs in terms of termination compensation regime, debt assumption or similar? So that's the first question. And the second question that we've got is, which banks supported previous PPP projects in Albania? Are local commercial banks able to extend long-term infrastructure debt required for this type of projects?
Trying to explain the last one. For the last one, there are different banks, international, local bank, but also international banks that support PPP project in Albania. We have also collaboration with different international banks as institutions of as ministries to present to the investors from the beginning of the process, but mostly local banks. Regarding the first question,
should I
in
repeat
case
it?
of termination of the contract, sorry?
Should I repeat it?
No. Regarding the first question, as I understand, for the termination of the contract, the payments of the termination of the contract?
What is the level of government support for PPPs in terms of termination, compensation regime, debt assumptions?
It depends for different contracts. It depends how it was provided in the contract. Already, we don't have any disclosed clause for this kind of project, but it goes to 5% of the incomes of the last year. So the new PPP project that we delivered in the next year should not go more than 5% of the incomes of the previous year of the government.
Okay, so maybe I can. If you have you have one more presentation. Do you think that you can pack it within 5 minutes? I need to give the floor to Artyom as well.
No, we finished with the presentation.
Excellent.
We can share it with
so
you.
And all into one. That's okay. I don't see any other questions from the floor. Thanks a lot. That was very informative and good insights about Albania. So Artyom, are you online? We'll give you the floor, and we are looking forward to hearing the Russian pipeline.
Hello, everyone. Do you hear me?
Hello. Welcome to Istanbul virtually.
Thank you very much. I'm really glad to be here. Thanks for the invitation. So my name is Artyom Malutky. I'm Managing Director at the National Center for PPP. And following the questions to the previous speakers, yes, we are the only one PPP center in Russia, recognized by the World Bank and Global Infrastructure Hub. And we are a part of State Government Corporation, WebRF. So we don't have any particular ministers above us. We are part of the Development Corporation. So can I share a presentation, I guess, here? Can you see it?
We can see it. Looking good.
Oh, great. So I'm going to speak about the current state of play of the Russian structured PPP market today, mostly in the context of post-COVID economic recovery. As you know, we don't have in Russia the second lockdown, and I hope we won't, and the economy recovers a bit. So I want to start with a description of the recent PPP market development in Russia. Then I would like to pay specific attention to the COVID-19 impact that the market has been affected by this year and the measures that are taken to facilitate market recovery. And finally, I'm going to speak about several trends that we find essential for the long-term development of the infrastructure PPP market. I'm not going to give the particular project examples. I will show you the digital solutions we developed and we operate today to attract investment in Russia and other regions too. So, as you see on the slide, until this year, the Russian PPP market had been undergoing a structural transformation, partly due to the process of maturing and partly due to some other factors. Though the number of newly launched projects had been shrinking, the average project size had quintupled since 2017. Projects used to have an increasingly sophisticated structure and require more financing. At the same time, standardized financial products known as out-of-the-box solutions in Russia were becoming more and more popular. Even now, PPP mechanisms are being extended to the new spheres, such as ICT, agriculture, and industrial utility infrastructure. At the moment, there are approximately 3,500 ongoing PPP projects in Russia that attract nearly $70 billion of total investments, including almost $50 billion of private investments. The majority of projects belong to public utilities, transport, and social infrastructure. In 2020, the corona crisis has severely struck the Russian infrastructure PPP market. In March, for example, Russia followed other countries to introduce a nationwide lockdown, which further led to the historical slump in consumer demand, economic recession, and the drying up of infrastructure investments. In particular, investors postponed the launch of the new projects, waiting for the economy to stabilize. Ongoing projects became more vulnerable to exchange, inflation, and other risks, including the risk of contingent liabilities. State budget had to shift its focus to the support of different economic sectors other than infrastructure. From March till August, the monthly number of commercial closes did not go beyond 5 or 6 new projects. Last year, during the same period, the market was gaining between 10 and 15 new projects. In contrast to the previous year, the average volume of private investments has shrunk twice, from $30 million monthly in 2019 to $15 million in 2020. The current market dynamic closely resembles the one from the year 2011. So that's why it's said that the Russian PPP market has been thrown back by 10 years at the moment. So in March, the National Center for PPP estimated that more than 300 projects were at risk of being put on hold or cancelled due to the economic consequences of the pandemic. Transport, social, and public utilities infrastructure projects suffered the most. So the decrease in traffic volumes threatens the financial sustainability of transport projects, especially those that implied commercial activities of the private party. User non-payments undermine the economy of projects in public utility infrastructure. Social infrastructure projects were directly affected by the lockdown, which prevented people from visiting social facilities. Moreover, foreign exchange risks took a toll on the projects, which relied on imported services, materials, and equipment. At the moment, we don't see any signs of any project defaults due to the corona crisis circumstances. However, the market prospects remain unclear as the number of cases continues to accelerate and new restrictions are once again being discussed. So probably we'll have the second lockdown soon. So in these challenging times, new infrastructure and PPP projects need not only financial aid, but also expert advice to successfully reach commercial and financial close and mitigate risk during the whole life cycle. With this in mind, the State Development Corporation, WebRef, as the National Center for PPP, have recently launched a regional program of anti-crisis support aimed at providing free expert and consulting assistance for the Russian regions in the preparation and launch of PPP projects implemented on regional or municipal levels. The program is being implemented with the help of the digital platform in support of infrastructure projects Rosinfra. I'll show it a bit later. As of now, 53 Russian regions have joined the program and submitted over 340 project proposals totaling $13 billion. Most of the project proposals refer to healthcare, education, digital infrastructure, and green economy. In the framework of the program, experts from WebRF and National Center select bankable project proposals and guide project teams from developing a project concept to successfully reaching commercial and financial close. In particular, a comprehensive risk assessment is essentially provided with a view of the whole project's life cycle. I should mention here that it's a free program only for public partners. The next trend I would like to speak about is quality infrastructure investment. You know, it's an initiative of the G20, continuing the format of the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals and are aligned with the ESG principles. In Russia, you can see the six principles on the slide, and they comprehensively encompass various aspects of preparing and implementing infrastructure projects. That is economic and financial, governance, social, and environment aspects. Projects that incorporate the QI principles are deemed the most resilient to the risks that the world has faced this year. That is achieved thanks to the fact that all possible risks relevant to the given project in view of the whole life cycle were mitigated during the project structuring and design. So in Russia, to fulfill this task, we followed the foreign experience. For example, many countries, including the United Kingdom, United States, and Australia, have created and successfully utilized systems for assessment and certification of infrastructure projects, which supply investors and financing organizations with extensive information for making investment decisions. So we're following this path, and in September 2020, together with ICOM, it's an American multinational engineering firm, our center, and BBRF published the draft methodology of the national system for assessment and certification on infrastructure projects, which is called IRIS. It's Impact and Responsible Investing for Infrastructure Sustainability. The Minister of Finance of Russia also supports this work in the framework of implementing the QI principles. And various, as you see on the slide, various Russian and international experts participated in the development of the platform. And soon we're going to start piloting projects with this system. I should mention here that IRIS covers not only PPPs, not depending on the form, it covers all the infrastructure projects in different spheres. And we believe that it will help raise the quality of infrastructure projects in Russia, as well as their sustainability and resilience to various risks, including those the world has faced this year, for example, the pandemic. We also believe that IRIS will make Russian infrastructure projects more transparent internationally, and thus will attract more investments in the development of infrastructure. Moving forward to digitization, so the development of digital platform solution infrastructure is an essential tool for stimulating economic recovery, especially after Corona crisis. Digital platforms allow for establishing efficient communication between various market participants and attracting additional private financing in the implementation of projects through increased transparency and awareness about existing investment opportunities. In Russia, several digital solutions are fulfilling this task, and I would like to present them briefly. The first one is Rosinfra, which is a digital platform in support for infrastructure projects launched in 2019. For the launch of the platform, the National Center for PPP has digitalized data on infrastructure projects and analytical materials it has been accumulating for the last 10 years. Rosinfra contains information about more than 3,400 ongoing projects and 1,100 project proposals. And more than 5,400 market participants have already registered as users. 64 industry and market experts offer advisory services for project teams. And I will hopefully switch from the slide here and show you how it works. So that's why I didn't want to present any particular projects because we have an English version of it where we can find information on regulatory environment for infrastructure development in Russia, different forms of implementation, the federal laws connected to PPPs and concessions. You may find here top priority sectors for PPP application with all the needed numbers, some graphs about total PPP projects, total investments, total private investment, total public investment. We developed this page on demand of foreign or international organizations such as World Bank, J-Hub, which conduct researches on national policies. So if needed, you may find here all the statistics, and you may find here information on the projects planned under construction. Only significant projects, because we've launched just, it's like 2 months we've launched this page, and on the Russian version of the platform, we have all these 3,500 projects, 1,000 project proposals, and different services I've mentioned here. So moving forward to the next slide, I would like to mention the initiative we developed for the last 1.5 years, and I'm ready to present here on the Istanbul PPP Week, because it is related to the Black Sea region, which include Turkey and Albania, for example. With support and with help of BSTDB, we developed such a platform for Black Sea region countries, which is based on our experience in Russia and Rosinfra platform. And as you see on the slide, you may find on this platform the complete database of infrastructure projects being implemented in the Black Sea region. I should point out here that we've taken all the information from the countries, so I hope it will be updated somehow from time to time. Moreover, you may find standard solution for project preparations, online library, country data sheets, and different services. I will also show you it digitally. So as you may see, all the Black Sea region countries are mentioned here. And you may find all the needed information provided by the countries. You have market navigator, library, project and contracts, investment proposals, expert assistance, and so on. Hopefully I can share the link with you, and you may find all the interesting information here. And I would like to move to the last trend I would like to mention today. As previous speakers already mentioned, the problem of contingent liabilities. Just a minute, please. The problem of contingent liabilities, and definitely the problem of public partners managing the PPP projects during the crises and over the life cycle. As I've said, this year countries face the necessity to shift the focus of state support to the spheres most closely connected to combating the corona crisis. In a down economy and decreased tax incomes, this has further limited the abilities of public partners to participate in the PP projects and effectively fulfill the respective commitments. Public sector loans and other supportive measures, guarantees, may create additional fiscal risks. Currently, PP projects are becoming more susceptible to macroeconomic exchange rate, inflation risks, and force majeure events, which altogether may jeopardize projects' financial stability and lead to a default of a private party or delays in a project's schedule. Consequently, the state budget may have to bail out such projects, and thus national fiscal sustainability would suffer. So, not being duly managed, contingent liabilities may pose a several threat for all levels of the public budget system, especially when no integrated system of managing public liabilities in key projects is present. So, with this in mind, the World Bank and the IMF suggest the national fiscal bodies need to pay close attention to the risks of contingent liabilities in PPP projects, irrespective of the fact whether these risks are currently feasible or not in a given country. Furthermore, IMF and the World Bank have developed the PP screening tool and the P fiscal risk assessment model, which are software tools that provide a better understanding of risk arising from PPPs through qualitative and quantitative analysis. In Russia, according to the various expert estimates, the matter of contingent liabilities has not become a pressing issue so far, as the total number of PPPs and the number of subsequent government liabilities remain at a reasonable level and may have little impact on the fiscal sustainability. But however, there is a common understanding that a specific methodological approach to managing contingent liabilities should be elaborated and based on the international experience, best practice and recommendations of the international organizations. So our center, supported by the Ministry of Finance of Russia, is currently working on developing a sound system of assessing and managing contingent liabilities arising from PPPs. In this vein, in March 2020, the study of international best practice and policy recommendation was prepared, and the functionality and limitations of PFROM PPP screening tools are now being studied by our center and Ministry of Finance. And above that, the National Center for PPP and WebRef Corporation actively communicate with the international standard setting organizations, including in the form of joint expert webinars. And I think we will have some events in the nearest future, and I think it's free to join just to share the experience in managing contingent liabilities, national experience here. So here I would like to finish my presentation and reiterate my main point that the current corona crisis not only calls for immediate actions, which of course need to be as prudent as decisive, but most importantly, we need to seek long-term solutions that would secure the lasting sustainability of the infrastructure and PP market, and this can only be achieved if we pay attention to such challenges as the need to increase the quality infrastructure investments, the harness to benefits of digitalization, to introduce new financing options, and to manage fiscal risk effectively. So I tried to briefly cover all the trends we have in Russia now. I hope I followed the timing, and if we have time, I will be glad to answer the questions. Colleagues, thank you.
Thanks, Artyom. Your presentation pretty much showcased how impressive the size of the Russian market is, always with the number of projects and the depth of it. And the topics that you mentioned around COVID-related user pay issues, you can see that trend across other countries, contingent liabilities. That has been one of the coming up topics as well in the other panels. I think when we look at the panel that we have right now, we have Azerbaijan that is very much in the beginning of PPP implementation and development of the regulatory legal framework. Then you have Albania that has already gone through a particular stage and is being aligned more towards the EU legislation as well. And then you have Russia that is a G20 country and is implementing in the thousands of PPP projects. It may be worth that to give us a quick run of the whole setup that you have with the Vnesheconombank, the PPP National Center itself, and the role of Vnesheconombank, and how you treat project preparation, at what stage, value for money. That would be interesting probably to compare given the other countries that we have online. And it's interesting for them to see how the project development facility itself works within Russia and what's the stages that Russia is going through.
So I'm sorry, did I miss a question or?
Yes, should I repeat?
Well, globally, you've said a lot about the presentation's approaches. I've heard about the value for money approach, if I should cover it.
No, I was saying that it would be interesting to hear of the different roles that Vnesheconombank, the PPP, the National PPP Center, and the project development phase itself. How does it play out in Russia? Where does the value for money sit in Russia? And what is the role of Vnesheconombank in the overall setup? I think it would be interesting for our panelists to hear how the framework in Russia works, because some of these countries that we have here in the audience, they're still setting up their framework, the institutional framework.
I thank you very much for the question. Well, in Russia, we have from one side a bit complicated system, but from the side a simple system of managing PPPs. As for State Development Corporation, it is responsible for PPP promotion, for support of regions and municipals with expert support, capacity building, moreover with financing these initiatives as a national development bank. As for regulators, we have Ministry of Economic Development, which is responsible for the regulatory frameworks, the concessional law, the PPP law, and we have value for money only related to the PPP law, and mostly the regions are responsible, public partners from regions and municipalities are responsible for value for money, and on demand the federal ministry can give an opinion how the value for money was made. But I should mention here that the minority of projects in Russia are made with PPP, only like 30-40. Most of the projects, the thousands of projects, are concessions. And they don't require value for money made as a regulatory tool. As for Ministry of Finance, we work closely with Ministry of Finance, and we are establishing, as I've said, as I mentioned in the presentation, the sound system of managing contingent liability, because during the coronavirus and bearing in mind the maturity of the market in Russia, it's already like 15 years it is in place. We need the system to be established because we don't have some digital tools to manage, to monitor, forecast contingent liabilities. The international standards, reporting standards, budget standards like IPSAS are not implemented in Russia. And as I've mentioned, the PFRA model, we can use it only with our own standards of reporting. So it's that's a way to improve. And moreover, as we've studied international foreign experience, many countries have like limitations, budget limitations for PPPs, have historical data on project developments, on projects, and they use this historical data to give guarantees to such projects. And as we studied, Turkey has such a system. Probably we missed something, but as we know, the guarantees are forecasted and counted within the historical data on project defaults and project status. So that's how the system works. Moreover, the regions have their own ministers, regional ministers, which are responsible for PPP development in these regions. But mostly federal ministers have all the regulatory power to rule the markets and to establish barriers or to and to manage the market itself.
Thank you, Artyom. We have 2 more questions to Albania. So are payouts under the minimum traffic guarantee denominated in euro or Albanian lek? In case of the latter, is it pegged in any way to hard currency with a fixed exchange rate and regular reconciliation throughout to realign? Is there anybody to pick up on that question, Loredana or Rovena? We have 5 more minutes, so if we could kind of answer the question.
Usually, can I ask a question to
Yes, Mehman.
Artyom, please? Hi, Artyom. Thank you very much. It was really interesting, and it seems that far beyond PPP that Russia is doing. And you partly answered. I had a question about the level of the regional level of decision making in PPP, and you partly answered to my question. But just the question now is that as the market is quite, of course, is more developed than, for example, our country, which is at the early stage. What is the most pressing issues in PPP in Russia for the time being? If we can say that there are the 3 main pressing issues in PPP development and implementation for the time being, but not considering COVID, alongside with the COVID. Thank you very much.
For a question, So as for three main problems. Well, the main problem here is experience and knowledge of public partners. Because mainly we have 85 regions, and from region to region their understanding of the PPP mechanism differ. And our center for the last like 6 years have already worked with 6,000 public officials. We are providing educational programs on PPPs. And when new governor, for example, comes, he changes the team, and these people go away, and the new people again don't know about the PPP mechanisms, how to deal with it, and this rotation, I think, stops a bit the market development. Because public officials are a bit afraid of this mechanism. They know what is public procurement, and it's really hard for them to deal with sophisticated mechanisms, understanding of minimum revenue guarantees, for example, how they're paid, counted, forecasted, what obligations government has, how to manage the projects on the whole life cycle for like 20, 30, 40 years. They're just afraid to take such obligations. The problem number two is from the problem number one. We have little project initiatives. Public partners don't develop and put on the market on the new project initiatives. Mostly our markets 50-50 with unsolved proposals and public tenders. And we have enough financing, finance deep and capacity of the market. We have banks, we have institutional investors, but they don't have where to invest. That's the problem, and the life cycle of project preparation can be like year and a half, 2 years, and of course this stops the development of the market. So as for problem number three here, what I can mention here that we have some gray zones in regulations. When, for example, courts or regulators such like Federal Anti-Monopoly Service or I don't know, other regulators can interpret the definitions of law as they see it. And they cancel the tenders, they interfere in the project implementation, and it makes public partners be afraid more and more, and private partners somehow don't believe in this mechanism and think that if they invest money now, they won't get them back in the near future. So it's the real problem of investment climate here. But somehow we develop the regulation, we provide capacity building to the public partners, we support these projects, the National Development Bank and other banks support with funding. So as every market, we have our problems, and the number 4 problems that can arise during the Corona crisis or other economic crisis is the problem of contingent liabilities, because we don't know the exact liabilities government has in PPPs. We don't have a particular system to manage it. We don't know what happens in regions, in municipals, what obligations they have, how they are formulated in the agreements. And we need to make a standardized framework, a methodological framework for public partners to deal with, not to be afraid of this mechanism, and to promote them to private partners and make projects with them.
Guys, I'll have to wrap up as we're being recorded on YouTube and it will kick in for the next session. So Thank you for all your insights. We will be posting your presentations online, and we'll send around your email so that you can connect after the event with each other as well. In particular, the speakers will be getting you guys in touch so that you can further discuss.
Audience, good morning from my side of the world. I'm pleased to be here and want to thank Istanbul PPP COE and the Turkish Forum Economic Council for this invitation. My name is Patricia Pela, and for a long time, the infrastructure narrative suggested that if a region underperforms on infrastructure, it has to spend more. However, in recent years, many multilateral development banks, such as the World Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank, along with other multilaterals like UNESE and the IMF, have advocated that the focus should be on the service gap rather than on the investment gap. The question of how much is needed, the response should be for what? In this context, setting the right goals is essential. This is particularly relevant for PPPs, where we need to plan, design, formulate, and implement sustainable, resilient, and affordable projects. In this panel, we will highlight a path that helps the MDEDs implement future-proof projects and improve infrastructure for all. We have the following lineup: Ebrem Dilekli from the Asian Development Infrastructure Bank, Numan Siddiqui from the Islamic Development Bank, Jason Z. Liu from the Global Infrastructure Facility from the World Bank. Please allow me to make a brief introduction of the panel and myself. Very few minutes only. I'm a seasoned infrastructure manager with a particular focus on PPPs in emerging markets. I've got a unique experience throughout the entire project cycle, leading the planning, design, implementation, and audit of a wide range of PPPs from both perspectives, the private and the private sector. I'm a lecturer on the PPP diploma for the public sector in Latin America, run by CAF, the Development Bank of Latin America, and I'm also a PPP consultant at the Inter-American Development Bank, working on a regional LATAM project. I hold an MSc in Social Policy and Development from the Law School of Economics and Political Science. On the other hand, Ebrem Dilekli is a special advisor at the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, responsible for developing the bank's first corporate strategy. Before the bank, he was a board director representing a group of countries at the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development in London. Prior to this role, Ebrem served in the Turkish public sector, most recently as the acting Director General of the Foreign Economic Relations at the Ministry of Treasury and Finance. Ebrem is a graduate of Harvard University, Canada School of Governments. Now, Jason Z. Liu. Jason is the head of the GIF. Jason joined the GIF as lead infrastructure finance specialist after 10 years of working at the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, MIGA, at the World Bank. While at MIGA, Jason worked on a broad range of complex energy and infrastructure projects worldwide. He has built experience in managing and closing complex projects and advising clients on infrastructure financing, risk mitigation, and credit enhancement to support their investment and financing needs in emerging markets and development economies. Also, Jason started his banking career at the Bank of America and its global practice group in 1996, when he was responsible for transaction structuring and execution. He also worked at the ABB Energy Capital with responsibilities for renewable energy financing in the United States and the State Street Corporation in credit and portfolio management. Jason holds a graduate degree at Yale, the MDM and MBA, Central European University at Prague, and China's Peking University. Last but not least, Noman Siddiqui heads the non-sovereign infrastructure finance PPP business for Islamic Development Bank, which has the mandate to support its members throughout specialized PPP advisory, development of innovative financing structures for infrastructure concessions, and arranging long-term debt capital for non-sovereign projects. Noman joined the bank in 2011 and has since been engaged in managing the bank's PPP business focus that spans across Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, and the MENA region mainly. He was instrumental in developing the bank's AB Finance Islamic Umbrella program to provide risk mitigation support for private debt capital flow in the ADB's countries. Finally, Noman is a trained corporate banker, having extensively worked in the areas of structure and project finance, debt capital markets, and loan syndication in his long career with ABN, AMRO Bank, and Emirates Bank International. He holds an MBA from the IBA in Karachi and an MSc Finance from University of Illinois, USA. And now, with no further introduction, the floor is yours, dear Ebrem.
Thank you, Patricia. Thank you very much for your nice introduction, and I fully agree with what you said. And I just want to start by saying that how much I feel honored to be part of this event, and I'm hoping that so far the participants have been benefiting a lot from the event sessions. Here today, I'm planning to talk a bit about my institution, and which is a relatively new institution, and our, although it's limited experience with the PPPs and our observations in the market. And I just want to also benefit as a newcomer to the MDB family from the views of the audience and from the views of the wonderful experts we have on the panel. So I have a short presentation for starting the day to kick off the discussion. I'll try to keep it as brief as possible to leave more time for question and answers at the end of the session. So I will share my screen. I hope you will be able to see it clearly, which starts with a nice view of the Bosphorus in Istanbul. And first, I want to start by talking about AIIB. AIIB is a new multilateral development bank headquartered in China. Although this institution is new, we already have 103 shareholders from around the world, and our mission is infrastructure. As the way we call it, financing infrastructure for tomorrow, which means infrastructure that adds value and infrastructure that is sustainable, which I will touch upon later. And we have, like other MDBs, have a AAA rating, a strong capital, and sound banking principles, and other projects standards are key for us, just like other peer institutions. And as an infrastructure institution, definitely energy and transport is high on our agenda. but many of them are equity investments or loan investments. The PPP type of projects are especially a bit limited at this stage. Our top 3 exposures are India, Indonesia, and Turkey. So Turkey already became on the top list in our short history. And 2020, just like many other institutions, was dominated with the COVID-19 crisis, which we tried our best to help our members to ease and alleviate the huge negative impacts that they are facing. And with a $13 billion package, not only on health sector needs, but also to support the societies and economic resilience and financing the immediate liquidity constraints of our clients in the private sector as well. And so far, our board has approved $6.3 billion of approval for different projects under this facility. But as you might see, as an infrastructure bank, not everything that we are talking about is in line with our long-term mandate. So in the meantime, while trying to help our members deal with COVID-19, we also finalized the first corporate strategy of our institution, which I happen to be one of the authors. And the corporate strategy is on our website. You can check and take a look. But I will give you a very quick summary of how we plan to develop in the next 10 years as a new MDB. In a simple way, we want to focus on infrastructure, but mainly on green infrastructure, contributing to the global climate agenda initiative with a very ambitious target of 50% of our financing going to this area. And also we want to play a good role in connecting countries and regions and continents through infrastructure as well as other integration facilities. And we also want to be a leader in technology, putting technology in every type of infrastructure that we are financing. And one last thing that I want to mention is private investment mobilization is key for us under our corporate strategy, and we have a specific target for that, which is a very good leeway for the PPP projects that we are discussing. And our corporate strategy is very clear and very loud and clear on the importance of attracting private sector. Although COVID-19 has made the infrastructure market super complicated, especially on some types of projects, we believe that infrastructure will still remain high on the authorities' agenda in many countries for a few reasons. Of course, health, education, digital infrastructure needs even increased. Secondly, many countries would like to stimulate their economies. So that's also there. And the mega trends of like climate change and urbanization is still there. So infrastructure will be still quite key, will play a key role. But how do we attract private sector when the fiscal space has eroded will be the question of today, which underlines the importance of quality again. Although there is a huge temptation to get things done very quickly, the importance of quality is still there to attract private sector. And we already did one good example project of doing that in Indonesia through a satellite project, which helps connect almost 150,000 underserved areas around the country. You know, Indonesia has a very huge geography and it's complicated. And through a satellite project, making sure that all those schools and public places have an access to internet. And this project showed us that when the quality and the key elements are there, even under COVID-19 situations, PPP projects can fly. So this project is a 540 million project where we finance 150 million of it, and which helped mobilize private capital, enhance environmental and social standards, and the long tenure we provided was very instrumental But as I said, few elements, the fact that this is a strategic project just fits very well with the urgent needs of the COVID-19 situation. With a solid financing structure, high quality sponsors, with a good project standards, even under these difficult circumstances, everything went quite smoothly, and the PPP project was approved in our board very recently. And when I talked with the colleagues who have worked on the project, they also underlined the point that as long as there is the quality, as long as it fits with the priorities, especially the new priorities of the countries, PPP projects can continue. And after the session, I will be happy to respond to questions on the project itself. But I want to end my presentation, although our experience is a bit limited in this institution, but I personally try to follow the PPP market as closely as I can. And from the experiences of our peers, we observe few trends, which I want to test with the audience whether you agree, and just share our observations. We see a bit less focus on transport and more focus going forward on health education PPPs. And as MDBs, we think that redeploying resources to the new priority areas will help the authorities and the market keep going. We hear less about mega projects, especially in the transport, but we see a bit of tendency towards more smaller size projects. Again, as MDBs, maybe we should be more helpful in helping our clients to bundle smaller projects and make it more interesting for the private investors, which will have difficulty in paying too much attention in tiny projects. What we want to avoid is a bit of less of a collaboration spirit and inclination to revisit existing contracts. We, as an MDB, we see a role for ourselves to make sure that the communication is clear and collaborative and constructive in these difficult times between the key parties under PPP projects. And we believe that MDBs can play a role in that regard, which is very important because going forward, private sector will have to be supporting infrastructure projects, and this level of confidence should be maintained among the parties. So we believe we have a role in that. And definitely we hear that the authorities all around the world are making sure that all the projects are future-proof through project design, better utilization of technology. Resilience has become a key concept with the COVID-19. And as MDBs, we should be helping authorities and other parties to provide technical support in these changing needs and all those new concepts, not new concepts, but the concepts that are getting more and more attention, like competitive procurement, more creative, innovative financing structures. In all these areas, in terms of capacity building and providing technical support, I think MDBs can help. Although we are a new institution, we are committed to do whatever we can as an institution that is very focused on getting private sector into infrastructure. And we are also very open to collaborate with all our peer institutions to provide what the market needs. And I just want to end my presentation by throwing a question. How do we circle the idea of the need for more health and education PPPs, which are traditionally the government pay type of PPPs, but on the other hand, fiscal spaces in many countries have been eroded. So how do we circle these two things? I just want to throw this question to the audience in case they want to respond, and I'll be happy to discuss further, but I don't want to take more of time and hand over to Patricia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ebren, for your brilliant presentation, impeccable in the time. And now, Noman, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Patricia. Thank you, Ebren, for a nice presentation. And I would like to, first of all, thank the organizers for the invitation and giving us the opportunity to obviously share our experiences, be part of this excellent event that is held every year. And obviously, we are very proud to be associated with this. Now, obviously, I think all of us are living through a very, very difficult time. This is a time period that none of us in the MDBs, in the commercial market, in the member countries that we serve could have imagined that something like this could have ever happened. And obviously, we were not prepared for it. In general, I think that is a correct statement. But again, I mean, we are where we are, and I think we have to face the challenges and I think the strength of the MDBs and obviously especially the donor agencies is how do we rise above these challenges. So I think this is a issue and a very timely, I would say a very timely seminar discussion on the impact of COVID, which has happened, which is a statement of fact. But I think what is more important for all of us is to consider what is it that we need to do in order to address the needs of our member countries going forward. So I have obviously prepared a brief presentation, and I would like to share that at this point in time with the audience. Okay, now I hope that this presentation is clear. Very good. Now, Islamic Development Bank is just as an introduction. Islamic Development Bank is a multilateral bank working under the banner of.
Excuse me, do you want to put in full screen better?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, let me do that.
Apologies for the interruption.
Mm-hmm. I think.
In the bottom of your computer, right in the bottom, left, right side, there's like a tiny, tiny screen. Just press that. Go on the bottom to the right.
Yes. Is this better now?
Yeah.
Okay. Already good. So thank you for that. Thank you, Patricia. Now, we, Islamic Development Bank, we work obviously under the banner of OIC, and we have 57 member countries that we support. We are based in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Now, essentially, Islamic Development Bank, as a AAA rated multilateral development bank, we have our entities which basically support where IDB is focused primarily on the infrastructure side, but then we have our private sector arms, the trade arm, ITFC, the private sector arm, ICD, we have an insurance arm, ISIC, and then we have a research institute, IRTI. Altogether, these entities together are the IDB group. Now, we have obviously, being a multilateral bank, we obviously understand the value of partnerships, and we work across a wide spectrum of different partners, bilateral agencies. We have the Arab Coordination Group, which works with IDB in order to support our member countries. This is a very important partnership that we have. In addition to that, obviously, we work with all the multilateral banks and agencies which have a common interest in our member countries. And in addition to that, we work with the bilateral agencies who are there to support and help the member countries of IDB. So this is basically now in terms of our focus of supporting member countries for infrastructure delivery, we have organized the bank into the sovereign side, which is working directly with the member countries, and then we have the non-sovereign focus. And within the non-sovereign focus, obviously, our role is to develop and intervene in areas which would help promote economic growth. Within the non-sovereign, the PPP focus is a very it's a very specialized area where we have basically divided in 3 broad areas. One is the enabling environment and capacity building for our member countries. This is a very important area because as we all understand, that private sector intervention is a very specialized intervention, and private capital only flows to countries where they find that the risk-return relationship has been very clearly established. And given the nature of how fluid private capital is, obviously enabling and bringing that enabling environment to our member countries is an important consideration for IDB. Now, obviously, in addition to supporting them in putting the right regulatory infrastructure in place, we provide long-term funding for infrastructure, both for hard and soft infrastructure. And I think we have been very active in some of our major countries, Turkey being one of them, which is basically hosting this event, and we're very proud of our association. And then obviously we have our own internal management of the exposure that IDB has taken on the non-sovereign side. So collectively, this is how what our focus is, and obviously it all goes towards supporting the member countries. Obviously, having said that, I think the principal issue that we are now faced with in terms of how this challenge that that is out there can be addressed. COVID-19, it's an unprecedented global event. I think nobody can argue with that. And the impact on our member countries is profound. Facing challenges coming from COVID have become the first priority of all our member countries. Unfortunately, this is something which has come up, and it has caught most of our member countries off guard. And I think this is a real challenge for the economic and economic livelihoods of the people there. Now, pushing out strategic investment till the situation normalizes is a knee-jerk reaction, but the right one. When you are faced with a pandemic of this proportion, obviously your long-term infrastructure needs have to be pushed on the side, and you focus on really the principle, which is the human element of this whole crisis, and you want to make sure that the economic and social activity continues, so that the people who are directly affected by this COVID and the slowdown in the economic activity do not suffer. Policy reforms, yes, which is very important, and we are helping a lot of our member countries in bringing about policy reforms. They have to be obviously put on hold as well, because the focus gets shifted, and these are all the impacts of COVID-19 on our member countries, as we see. Now, impact of public finance resources and higher debt is a natural consequence, because here, when the government step up to support the public in general, then they have to support the economic activity as well. And if the economic activity is going down, then obviously the debt is the principal mode through which the government can come in and provide assistance to its people, which has a critical impact on their resources that could be deployed elsewhere. And then obviously what happens is that if we have already weak countries who are already vulnerable on the fiscal space, then there is a potential for downgrade by credit agencies, because for them it becomes very important as to what happens in the fiscal space going forward and how well the countries would be able to sustain themselves. So this is obviously a natural consequence of a decision that the governments have taken. And I think all of us respect the fact that some of the countries would be impacted more than the others, but nevertheless, this is a direct impact. Now, uncertainty on the time required to revert to pre-COVID situation, this makes it extremely more challenging, because obviously, given tight fiscal resources, if the government starts to borrow more and extend the envelope, then they don't know what is the time frame. And unfortunately, as we sit here for the last 8 months, 9 months, we have all been waiting for this pandemic to be addressed in one form or the other. But but the resolution or the solution to this pandemic is still, I think, fairly unclear, and the visibility is not there. So this COVID-19 effects are rippling across the globe. It has resulted in government authorities imposing restrictions in terms of lockdowns and travel, movement of people. These restrictions have severe consequences on projects under development as well. And this is what we would like to share as to what we have experienced during this COVID regime. And we would like to sort of just take you through some of the challenges that we have faced. We have seen the projects, especially in the transportation sector side, have been impacted. We have obviously financed transportation infrastructure, which consists of airports. Airports for a very long period of time during the COVID had to be closed down, and one can very well imagine that the revenue stream, if you dry up the revenue stream, what would happen to the project financial viability and sustainability. Highways and ports, again, a direct impact on them and their ability to generate revenues, which allows them to sustain themselves. And this is an impact that we felt directly on the projects that we have supported, that we have financed in our member countries. And obviously, we are working very closely with the sponsors, with other creditors, in order to make sure that IDB is able to provide the necessary support so that they can sustain this period of difficult times. And obviously, I don't think any one of us can basically can stress anything more than what we are, in terms of how much of support these infrastructure assets require at these times of need. Another area that we see is obviously that the energy sector is also substantially hit. The consumers, who are obviously the direct beneficiaries of the energy sector in general, they feel that their ability to consume electricity has gone down, their ability to pay goes down. And obviously, if businesses are closed and business activity and economic activity goes down, then it has a direct impact on this energy sector. Now, what also happens is that these are operational projects, but then we see that this COVID-19 has impacted a number of projects which were under implementation. The lockdowns would not allow, obviously, the workers to come in. The movement of goods was restricted, and so therefore it had a direct impact on the implementation. And we stepped up as a multilateral bank to support these projects, to make sure that we are able to provide the necessary breathing space to these projects, realizing that these implementation delays are obviously a temporary disruption, and hopefully to work with the sponsors and other agencies, especially the government, which have awarded the concessions, in order to find solutions which would be in the best interest of all stakeholders. Now, how do we support as an MDB? How does IDB support its projects, its member countries during this very difficult times? Now, obviously, the actions that have been taken during 2020, we have basically looked at fast-tracking financing for COVID-related demands. So as an institution, we have stepped up and we have supported member countries by providing immediate relief for healthcare and healthcare goods and services. We felt this is the immediate need of our member countries, and we had to support that. And then we had to support SMEs through dedicated line of financing that we made available to our member countries, so that the economic activity to whatever level could be supported. And this, I think, was a big initiative on part of IDB. And now, we have basically, obviously, as I said earlier, that we also accommodated implementation delays. And then the most important thing is that we have started to look at the challenges that their projects have faced, both which are in operations, in transportation, and other sectors, in order to see how can we step up to provide this support, because obviously their revenue generation abilities have been impacted, and therefore their debt service capacity has been impacted. So we are working with these project sponsors and the government in order to provide the support. Now, lessons learned. This is very important, and for us, I think what we have done is we have tried to basically see what can we learn from this. This was something which we were not prepared for it. The world was not prepared for this, and so we have to come out a winner from this crisis. And this is something that we believe as an MDB, this is how we will serve our member countries the best. If we do not learn the right lessons, then we have not learned anything, obviously. Now, we have to basically make sure that our member countries become more resilient to such systemic shocks in future. Now, role of PPP as an alternative to deliver finance infrastructure will be enhanced post-COVID. Promote PPPs that are resilient, sustainable, informed by best practices, good governance, transparency. And then obviously at the same time, work with the member countries to see how can we slow down some of the non-essential investments. So this is basically a balance that we have to achieve in our dialogue with our member countries. Now, member countries will require further assistance from MDB in advisory and capacity building. Now, it is very important that after this crisis that we believe that unless and until we step up and we strengthen the institutional capacity of our member countries, that the market risk perception would only be against them. It will stack up against them unless and until countries basically address the institutional strengthening. Because if you are able to convince the credit market, if you are able to convince the financial markets that you have basically learned from this crisis and you have basically become more mature in terms of handling these crises and addressing the institutional challenges, the risk perception is going to improve, and obviously the risk perception means that capital flows can then restart, and obviously the countries who are able to take these initiatives first, and this is like the first movers advantage, establish credibility in the marketplace so capital can be attracted, enhance cooperation between member countries and MDBs. This is basically in terms of how regional support can be provided. Regional power markets is one, and regional basically projects are the ones that we are focusing on. Then further develop financial instruments useful for hedging, mitigating risk. This is very important because the whole perception of the financial market has changed. And as we knew even before this crisis, that the fluidity of the private capital was such that it would flow to the best risk return, wherever the best risk return was available to them. And after this crisis, I think the hedging and the risk mitigation solutions have taken on a different meaning altogether, a much more important view. Now, PPP concessions to acknowledge force majeure revisiting essential obligations. This is also something that we have realized that a lot of PPP concessions before never visualized a situation like this, and they did not incorporate the right protective covenants which would protect both the concessionaire as well as the government. And I think we have to open up this dialogue as we move forward so that the governments realize to attract private capital, this is an issue that would be dear to them, and they should be prepared to accept some sort of relief that could be provided to the concessionaire in case of such crisis to reappear. They can obviously reappear in other forms, but so long as we have basically helped the countries in trying to address that this requirement would be there going forward. A lot of sponsors would be looking for this, a lot of lenders would be looking for this. So this is basically a protection that has to be now considered as we go forward. So I essentially, if we look at the overall crisis that we have witnessed, and we also realize the impact that this crisis will have on the fiscal capacity of our member countries, I think it becomes very important for all the multilateral and bilateral agencies to basically come together, realize and understand the challenges that these countries will face, not just to overcome the damage that has been done to the economic activity, but also in terms of going forward, how do we help them to achieve the growth objectives which were there before, and obviously which will become much more important after this crisis. So with that, what I would like to do is I would like to thank you, and it has been really a pleasure. So Patricia, I give the floor back to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Numan, for that very interesting, comprehensive presentation, and many, many takeaways from that. Jason, the floor is yours now.
Thank you very much, Patricia. You hear me okay? Yeah, great. Good morning, good afternoon. It's a real pleasure to be here to share with you, what the global infrastructure has been doing. Fantastic presentation from Evren and Non. We all have heard that the role of infrastructure in the post-COVID world is going to be extremely important. And also, as we have witnessed that the government have very limited resources going forward, right? On the one hand, they want to use infrastructure to stimulate economic recovery. A lot of studies and findings from the from different economists has projected the impact of infrastructure in terms of the helping with the job creations, with the GDP growth. On the other hand, a lot of resources have been used to to divert it to public health emergency. So government really don't have that much resources at hand to use infrastructure for the economic recovery. So what do? I mean, the role of a private sector is going to be extremely important going forward. However, when we heard from the private sector, the biggest bottleneck has always been lack of bankable projects, the risk issues, those things, feedback repeatedly come back. So that's the thing I want to talk to you about the GIF. Global Infrastructure Facility was created by a G20 initiative back in 2014. Let me share the screen. I have a small presentation here. Can you hear see the screen okay? Yeah, great. So we're one of the G20 initiative in 2014. The idea is really try to establish this as a global collaboration platform to bring the government, donor, private sector, and the MDB working together to address infrastructure issues. The infrastructure issues that you heard from Patricia, with donor community has moved on from spending more to spending better. But how do you spend better? The key is, again, come back to the issues of project preparation pipeline. That's the best time to address those issues. So we are very fortunate to get $130 million from 5 donors plus World Bank, 6 donors plus World Bank, to right now just focus on nothing but the project preparation, to help a government build the pipeline of infrastructure project, to bring this project, well-prepared project to the market. The business model we'll work with is we work with MDBs, all the major MDB partners, and we just had actually Islamic Development signed up last week to join join the GIF as our technical partner. At the same time, we also bring private sector come in as advisory partner. They provide the feedback to the MDB implementing agency to make sure that the transaction we supported in the end are going to be bankable and attractive to the private sector. So the GIF business model is very unique in the sense that money is not an issue not only for the private sector, but also it's not an issue for many of the government as well. From their perspective, if you look at what they really need is the technical skills. Many governments have access to the concessional finance from the MDBs, from different resources when it comes down to project preparation. But what they really need support is the technical skills, the capacity. So what we bring to the table is not only the funding, but the hands-on technical expertise. GIF has a small team of technical teams from private sector with investment banking, with management consulting. They bring the private sector perspective to make sure that the project we supported will, and the skill we bring to the team, to the table will complement to the MDB, bring to the government together. If you look at this presentation on the top chart, this shows the project preparation cycle, starting from enabling environment, that Norman touched on that earlier as well, from scoping definition, feasibility, project design, structuring, prepare the tendering, managing the tendering process, all the way through commercial close and the financial close. The MDB provide all kinds of support through this whole value chain, the project preparation cycles. A lot of the emphasis has been on the upstream, on the enabling environment, technical assistance, and the downstream to help them find an instrument financing support, right? What is really missing from the MDB that they should have done more, in my personal view, is on the project preparation, on the middle stream, on this project preparation piece. That's why, what GIF was coming to try to bring more support and a value added. The business model really is an open access platform that I mentioned earlier. at the beginning, we work with all the MDBs here, from ADB, African Development Bank, to European Bank for EBRD, EIB, Inter-American Development Bank, IFC, MIGA, and the World Bank, of course, right? So it's open access collaboration platform, providing resources and technical support to all of them, working together with government. Government can typical application come to us through the MDBs, but the government can also come to us to put forward application directly. We have developed 3 instruments here on the upstream on the project preparation support. One is called PIA, Project Readiness Assessment. At the bottom here, you see the list of the 3 instruments. The second one is the project definition activities. And the last one is PPSA, called the project preparation and the structuring activities. The PIA, the first one, is a very interesting instrument. It's only about $75,000 or $100,000. The idea is to help government to look at what kind of a project preparation work they have done, the quality of those project preparation work they have done, and identify the gaps to take these projects to the market and help them come up with a plan, some kind of strategic advice. Where do the government go from here? So it's a quality check of the project preparation work has been done by the government. The second one is a project definition activity. Essentially, it's project scoping, helping government, a lot of times the government have all kinds of project concept, project ideas, but what is really missing is how do you really convert those ideas to concrete projects, right? So that's what this project support is. It's typically around $350,000. The last one is really, door-to-door project preparation and structuring support, PPSA. It started from project feasibility studies all the way through, what I had just mentioned, from feasibility study, design, including, environmental social studies, engineer studies, market sounding, prepare the bidding document and manage the bidding process, all these support that will be needed. And it can also just focus on one particular areas. So we have, kind of developed this very flexible tool to help the government address the need that, working with the MDBs to address the need from the government side. And then the other piece of the mandate we have, I mentioned at the beginning, to mobilize private sector. The 2 biggest challenges, one is the project preparation, the other one is the risk. So there are different risk instruments, the credit enhancement, the guarantees from the MDBs, from credit agencies, but export credit agencies, but there are still some residual risks like, foreign exchange risk, long-term, long-dated financing, the creditworthiness of the counterpart payment risk, those kind of things still have a gap there. So we also have a mandate to come up with a complementary risk mitigation instrument that has in the process been capitalized at the moment. We have developed a business plan already. So in 5 years operations, we have approved about 96 projects across entire world, 50 countries almost. And all these projects, if they reach the financial close, we expect they can mobilize about $74 billion. And more than half of that is come from private sector. In terms of the sector breakdown, majority of the support is in transport. Energy is about 31%, water sanitation about 12%. Most recently, we expanded our eligibility to social infrastructure like a hospital, healthcare and education, considering the current pandemic crisis that we're all facing. It's a global facility. From the geographic breakdown perspective, you look at it, the largest exposure is in Latin America and Africa. Africa is about 27%, it's about 24%, and LAC is about 27%. And all the projects we support have to meet 2 thematic focus areas. One is a climate smart. About 75% of the project we support is a climate smart. The other one is connectivities and integrations. More than 50% of the project is trying to support the global connectivity and integrations. Okay. So that'll give you the rough ideas, what we have been doing. And one of the things that I forgot to mention here, sorry, go back here. At the corner, sorry, my computer is. I mentioned we also set aside $1 million to, as a COVID response facility. The idea is to help a government working with the MDB to find a way to push forward some of the projects been delayed by COVID. It's a different areas of intervention, so we try to support. Some of the projects may need additional market studies. Norm and Emma mentioned some of the, like a transport project, airport project, road project. You probably need to do new market studies given the COVID impact. So this facility can help support this kind of a need that, to do additional studies, to do additional market sounding, to look into repricing, rebalance some of the project structuring and the risk allocations. And also, potentially, if we can get more donor fundings, we can look into working with the government to help them establish an infrastructure investment program, help them use the infrastructure to help them with long-term economic recovery, in terms of the plannings, the pipelines, to strengthen the capacity to use the infrastructure more effectively to help the economic recovery. Okay, let me just quickly go over some of the project examples that we're working on. In Mexico, for example, we've been working with the FONADIN, the National Infrastructure Fund, to look at the asset recycling. What this means is that, the FONADIN holds a bigger portfolio of brownfield assets. The project has reached to commercial close, it's in the operation stage. So in Australia, some other countries, the government has been very effectively leveraging brownfield assets, right, to refinance or securitize the revenue flow from these projects and use the proceeds dedicated to build greenfield projects, right? The greenfield project has a high construction risk, has a less appetite from private sector. So this is a nice way for the government to find the resources, especially in the middle of the crisis like this, to find the resources to leverage the brownfield assets, the operating assets, to use that cash flow and the proceeds to support greenfield projects. So we work with the FONADIN to help them look at how to structure this kind of transaction to securitize or monetize the 11 highway projects, and then channel the money into the, to do the water sanitation, waste management, urban transport, that typically the private sector has more issues with the risk appetite. And with the packaging on the, on the monetization side, also, we all know that there's a lot of institutional investors is hungry for the operating assets, hungry to, to get onto those investment opportunities. So this is a nice way to bring the different profiles of the investors to match the, the assets, the risk appetite, and the risk allocations. So it's a win-win situation for the government, for the private sector. So just one example that I've been working on right now is the asset recycling in Mexico, working with FONADIN. The other one is Brazil, the Intercity Link railway project. This is also an example how we use the PRA, I mentioned, Project Readiness Assessment tool, to get us started. The government, the Sao Paulo state government have been, received about like 5 unsolicited proposals from private sector. At the point that they look at those proposals, try to figure out what do we do with these unsolicited proposals from private sector? How we move from here going forward? So we use the PRA tool, the Project Readiness Assessment tool, to evaluate the quality of these proposals, to come up with a strategic recommendation, some kind of rough roadmap for government, how they should move forward on this. So they come up with the recommendations and provide additional funding support where you give them additional PDAs. Now, at the beginning, we work with both IDB and the World Bank. So GIF also tried to bring the MDB together to the client countries, working together. In the end, once this work has been done, is a clear roadmap moving forward and a strategic plan how the project should be implemented. IDB was brought into these transactions to help the government execute this project, to take the project, going through the full project preparation cycle to take the project to the market. So this is another example how the PRA has been used in phases over through PDA and the PPSA, provide exactly what the government need at a different stage. Along that, I'll give you another example of the PRA, how that has been used, the Project Readiness Assessment tool. So in Ukraine, the government have been asked World Bank and us to look at, one big highway that from Lviv to Kharkiv, to build a greenfield project. So GIF and the World Bank will come in to look at the project preparation work has been done, the status of the project, and also look at it from value for money perspective to see what it really makes sense for government to do here, right? So we'll look at the existing studies, all that has been done. In the end, the PIA2, the project readiness assessment to find out that actually there are different segments of a brownfield road along this highway that should be really leveraged up. And the focus of the government, they will get a much better deal if they focus on the maintenance, expansions, and, to look at how to upgrading and maintaining the existing brownfield network instead of starting with a complete greenfield network. So leveraging the brownfield net transactions. So this recommendation was actually well received by the government. So through this PIA exercises, now this project also move on from the PIA, the project readiness assessment phase, to a PDA phase now. The government tried to put together a road PPP program. So that was actually presented to the private sector and the development partners last week. I think it was well received by good attendance from different partners. I attended that as well last week. So last example is the Indonesia geothermal risk mitigation facility called GRAM, Geothermal Resource Risk Mitigation Facilities. We all know developing the geothermal project, the biggest risk is the upstream, how to manage the exploration risk, right? This is like an oil gas project. It's a hit or miss. The early stage project development exploration risk is the highest and most expensive. So on the other hand, Indonesia is famous for the resources. So how we tap into this very rich resources and bring the private sector in. So we work with the World Bank, try to set up a geothermal resource risk mitigation facility. Essentially, it's a risk sharing facilities, try to bring in the donor financing from the GCF or Green Climate Fund, the World Bank, and also the private sector to share the risk of the upstream geothermal steam development risk. So this is more like programmatic support, essentially. So through this facility, it will mitigate the upstream risk and to open the door for the private sector to take this project to the next phase. So just some examples that I want to share with you that exactly what I've been doing and how GIF instruments are being used on the ground. So hope you find this helpful, and back to you, Patricia.
Thank you so much, Jason, for that very, very interesting snapshot of what GIF is doing in worldwide, right? And okay, so let me wrap up the discussion and mention a few takeaways, and then we continue with the questions. Okay, it's when we talk about emerging markets, we usually encounter a lot of similarities. Regardless the region, across regions, we encounter similarities in terms of governance, in terms of institutional capacity, in terms of project-wise, in terms of actually the investment on infrastructure, but also the access gap we've got, right? And when we think about tackling those similarities, which are obviously challenges, where the MDGs have a major role, then we tend to make a step back and think, what is the context of these regions? Typically, the regions have high rate of informality, high rates of inequality. On top of that, we've got a very, very particular and special context. We all mentioned that, which is the COVID-19, unprecedented economic crisis, health crisis, right? So at this point, there's so much to be done, right? It's basically a two-way road, right? Where is the short-term scenario, where the MDGs have to think about the recovery facilities and help the countries boost their pipelines, reprioritize their own projects, and think about a very, very attractive pipelines or programs, as Ebren already mentioned, for the health or the education sector, which is typically, again, a government pay project. That there's a reason for that, right? And so basically that's one road. The second road is the medium and long run road, which is something has been neglected for years and decades. At this point, we haven't think about in a proper manner, in a very rigorous manner, on the planning stage. Jason already touched on that. The preparation phase is absolutely key. And let's think about the governance and institutional capacity in the countries, in the regions that are basically emerging markets or even developing countries. Okay, typically the planning stage is very poor. Either they don't have a single institution that deals with planning, or either they have lots of them, right? And the numerous of institutions, if it's the second example, do not coordinate among each other and between each other, right? That gives a very, very wide and disconnected spread of policies, plans, regulations, and so on and so forth, that makes it very difficult to implement. It doesn't, regardless of the number of the projects or even the investment amount or the size of the project. It is difficult to plan and the appraisal, implement, design, bankable, sustainable, okay? And obviously resilient projects, right? This is not the first crisis we've come across. We've been there a long, long time ago in the financial crisis. Now is the COVID-19. We don't know how it's going to last, or if the second wave is coming again, if our recovery facilities will be enough. We're also planning to make this work, right? But we don't know what's going to happen in the short run. And then the climate change crisis, which is the next crisis to come, I believe. And we all believe these in the infrastructure sector at the end of the day, right? So that's a very short wrapping up of what we all discussed this afternoon. And at this point, I wanted to make a question to Ebren. Ebren, one of the participants on the audience is asking, taking into account the variations of the countries in emerging markets and in developing countries, what are the trends and priorities within PPP market after COVID?
Thank you, Patricia. I tried to touch upon the trends in my presentation. Definitely, we see a bit more focus on social sectors rather than the mega projects of transport sectors. But one thing that I think becoming clear with the experience of the COVID-19 is that it's not how much you invest, it's not the big projects and the big concrete infrastructure, but COVID-19 has underlined the importance of how well you use the best available technology, how well you support your infrastructure with human capital, with people who really want to, are able to make best use of the available infrastructure. So I think many countries have came to the conclusion that the soft dimension of infrastructure, how it is used, how technologies are applied, and how dots are connected between the several moving parts to get the outcomes that you want is more underlined. Maybe a more comprehensive approach rather than just focusing on the concrete infrastructure and brick and mortar, as we call in the market. A broader approach of combining the human capital of it, human abilities of it, with the best technology together with the infrastructure, and rather than focusing on how much we build and how much we spend. On the quality dimension of especially on the human capital side, will be the more emphasized trend going forward. So as MDBs, I think we can direct our clients' thinking in that regard to help them achieve the intended outcomes with all these expensive investments that they are making, especially under these difficult fiscal circumstances. So I just want to stop here for other questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Ebrem. Just a question for Norman. You mentioned something very, very interesting. In the COVID-19 found many countries off guard, which is something that has been discussed for many months now. Why do you think is that, Norman? Do you think that is because exactly what we already discussed? It's about governance, it's about institutions, it's about poor planning, it's about that we do not look at the whole project life cycle as a integral pipeline or timeline, if you want to call it. It's about fiscal constraint. And what changed between, say, February, March 2020 and now in that particular aspects, right? We were discussing about the two-way road, right? And what do you think is the main sources of that weaknesses, if you want to call it, and how can we overcome this, and how could the IDB could help trigger this change, sustainable change? To you, Norman, please.
Thank you, Patricia. You know, it's an interesting thought that when you start, obviously, when you start looking at looking for answers, there is no one thing. It's always a combination of many things. Obviously, if we were to look at any specific country, we will find that they were never on even scale on all these issues. They were lacking in some, they were doing well in the others. But all these areas, they come together in crises like these, where the shortcomings of the system in itself as a whole become very apparent. Now, it's the institutional capacity, it is planning, the resilience in the design. This is important, but the ability of the government to actually support their institutions, support the private sector, support the private capital to come in, manage their fiscal resources, manage the fiscal planning. All these basically go into that. But obviously, when you have these external shocks, most of the governments, you will find they're not prepared for these external shocks, and they disrupt the normal course of doing business in such a way that it becomes very difficult for them to recover, and it takes a much longer time. Obviously, when you are okay, if I could go out and go out on a limb and say that, you know, if you are indisciplined, then minor shocks is something that indisciplined nature can still absorb. But when you get a major shock like this, then it's very difficult for the governments to basically absorb and sustain that shock. And this is what is coming out. And I think it has become very important for MDBs to understand that this institutional capacity building has become very important. Because as we go forward, obviously, I think Jason or Evren said that the next shock How is that going to come? Nobody knows. Is it going to be the shock, external shock from climate change? We don't know. But nevertheless, it can safely be expected that in due course, there will be an external shock, hopefully, not at the same magnitude as COVID-19. But I think here MDBs have to step up. And if they prepare the member countries, the governments, the institutions in a way that all planning, whether it is to do with policy reforms, whether it is to do with the fiscal space and fiscal discipline, whether it is to do in terms of addressing the challenges, whether it is resilience, climate change into their planning and infrastructure, if all that can be combined, yes, then the countries would be able to withstand. Nevertheless, I mean, those external shocks will come in, they will disrupt the normal life, but at least they would be able to they would be able to lessen the impact. Now, I think this COVID-19 has taught us a lesson, not just for our member countries, but for economies globally. I mean, countries like which were the top 5 or the top 6 economic, let's say, top 6 economic entities or economic environments, they are struggling right now as we speak. I mean, we look at countries in Europe, in the US. These are all suffering because of, not because they were relatively less efficient or less prepared, but the external shock, the nature of the external shock is such that it is very difficult for economies to recover from there, especially if, and it makes it much worse, especially if you are not ready for them and if you don't have the necessary, skill set to handle with external shock. So this is something which I think from our perspective, this is what has, what could be the root cause of let's say the struggle that we see our member countries facing. Had we obviously realized and had we worked harder in order to bring to build this institutional capacity in our member countries, we would have seen that yes, the impact would have been lower. Let me stop here, Patricia. If that answer basically gives some more shed some more light on this on the earlier statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Noman. Indeed, there's no single aspect that needs to be tackled. It's a wide range of aspects. I totally agree. And it's a complex issue. Depends on the context, depends on the country, depends on the region, the policies, and so on and so forth, right? But then it's also true that countries' vulnerability is now more visible than ever. No, especially in the health sector, which is one of the main bases, the baseline of a country in social and economic aspect in all sense. Okay, now Jason, I've got a question for you also. The project preparation phase is becoming more and more important these days, right? It's always been important. For some reason, we probably, as say from the government side, we trust that if someone with the capacity, with the technical expertise and everything comes and help us in the preparation phase, we're all set, okay? And we could do the rest alone, and we can implement very, very bankable, sustainable projects and so on and so forth. But then again, if there is a very specific project which is bankable, which has a very efficient risk allocation, right? But then we do not take into account the capacity for the maintenance of the assets, right? The capacity of the institution, say a utility, or say the concessionaire is the public sector, say the national level or subnational level, with no capacity whatsoever to supervise the implementation in the operational phase. How is that combination now that GIF is looking at the preparation phase with more attention, Jason? Is it a package that you're rethinking the whole package, or is it an integral phase that need to be taken into account throughout the whole project cycle? or how is this shift in GIF mindset? Can you share with us, please?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Patricia. It's a great question, actually. Also very complicated question. It comes with a big assumption that, you know, somebody coming with a capacity. That in itself, we haven't seen that much, to be honest. You know, infrastructure projects typically are very expensive to begin with. On average, we see project preparation cost is about somewhere between 3% to 10% of the entire project cost. So if you try to put together 100 million projects, you're talking about some couple $1 million upfront investment. And this kind of upfront investment, typically, you don't come from private sector. This kind of capital is the most expensive, most risky capital. And to expect the private sector will take that risk is unrealistic in many cases. You know, you're talking about large amount of capital investment upfront, and also the project preparation cycle, typically you're talking about 3, 4, 5 years in many cases. And the private sector investor doesn't have that kind of risk appetite. It goes through the election cycles, the change of the administrations, the ministers. So that's why I'm saying that, you know, this is the space that the government need to take the leadership accountability for that. And the MDB need to provide additional support for that. So that's question number one. You also raise a very important issues in terms of the maintenance, right? The post-completion O&M costs, all that. That's why I think this issue has been overlooked for many, many years. So one of the things that, you know, the quality infrastructure principle endorsed by the G20, one of the things we look at it is the project life cycle cost. So a lot of times the government look at the upfront capital investment for the project. We need to look at the entire project life cycle. What does it mean for the government, right? So it's not just upfront investment, but also the ongoing maintenance costs. And a lot of times, if you do a project, you know, you do a good job in the operation maintenance, the asset will last much longer. And then that will save you money in terms of the to try to build another greenfield project. So there are so many things that come into that statement that we need to look into that. I absolutely agree with you that capacity building, helping government in post-completion contract management is also critical. Right now, we focus on the project preparation, but the part of that is also, you know, when you select the private sector bidders, what kind of capacity they have, as you said, you know, be one of the selection criteria, but also what kind of ongoing support that government will need once they reach to their completions, right? The contract management and support, the monitoring on that, how the private sector be able to perform under the key performance indicators along those lines, how you incorporate this in the concession, in the risk allocations, and all these things that are very complicated that, you know, it's the whole things that we need to look at very closely, yes.
Thank you very much, Jason. Just to wrap up and finalize these great panel, I just wanted to highlight the diversions we could have had or the similarities we could have had as emerging markets. We need to put these on the table and try to make the best combination possible of that. Flexibility is needed now more than ever. Norman already touched that on the PPP concession agreements, or either the PPP agreements in general, right? Some countries are discussing about force majeure clauses. Some countries are discussing about suspension of particular obligations. Some countries are discussing about reequilibrium of the contracts, and so on and so forth. There is no one recipe. There is no only path, right, for recovery, social and economic recovery, because we need both, right? But again, I think the role of MDGs, we highlighted that in a brilliant way in this panel. And now more than ever, the countries have to work hand in hand, government, private sector, sponsors, MDGs, and society also, because those are the ones for whom we work at the end of the day, the users, and to make their lives better with the taxes that they're paying. Okay, and that's basically the message we wanted to address on this panel. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you again to the PPP COE Istanbul. It was an absolute pleasure to be here, and we hope we could be together in person in Istanbul in 2021. Who knows?
Thank you very much. I look forward to that.
Thank you, Patricia. Thank you. Thank you for all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.